Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Seeker's Ascension. In the twilight years of Netheral's glory, when floating cities cast their shadows across the world, and wizards wielded power that would make gods envious, there lived a young man whose hunger for knowledge would ultimately consume not only himself, but reshape the very foundations beneath the greatest city of the north. His name was Halaster Blackcloak, and though few could have foreseen it then, he would become the most infamous mage in the history of the realms. Halaster's origins were unremarkable by the standards of his age. Born to a family of modest means in the shadow of one of Netheral's lesser enclaves, he displayed the telltale signs of magical aptitude from an early age. While other children played with wooden toys and chased butterflies through summer meadows, young Halaster spent his hours observing the patterns of light that danced through crystal prisms, cataloging the ways that different metals responded to heat and cold, and asking questions that made his tutors uncomfortable. The boy possessed an intellect that was both brilliant and dangerous. Where others saw magic as a tool to be mastered and controlled, Halaster perceived it as a living mystery to be unraveled thread by thread. His childhood was marked by incidents that his family tried desperately to forget. The time he accidentally transformed his pet cat into a small dragon for 3 days, the evening when his attempt to communicate with the stars resulted in a rain of silver fire that burned geometric patterns into their garden. The morning they found him levitating in his sleep, surrounded by books that wrote themselves in languages that existed only in his dreams. By his 13th year, it became clear that Halaster's magical education could not be entrusted to local tutors. His parents, equal parts proud and terrified of their son's abilities, arranged for him to study at one of Netheral's most prestigious academies of the arcane arts. It was there, among the floating spires and crystalline laboratories of the sky-bound city of Opus, that Halaster first encountered the true depths of magical knowledge and the terrible price that such knowledge demanded. The Academy of Celestial Mysteries was home to some of the most learned wizards in all of Netheral. Its masters had unraveled the secrets of time itself, bent space to their will, and spoken with entities that existed beyond the boundaries of reality. For most students, the Academy represented the pinnacle of magical achievement. For Halaster, it was merely the beginning of a hunger that would never be satisfied. He excelled in his studies, with an intensity that bordered on obsession, while his classmates struggled to master the fundamental principles of evocation and transmutation. Halaster delved into the forbidden texts hidden in the Academy's deepest vaults. He sought out the professors who whispered of magic that existed beyond the traditional schools, who spoke in hushed tones of powers that could reshape the very fabric of existence. His teachers were simultaneously impressed and disturbed by his progress, noting in their private journals that the young man seemed to absorb knowledge like a sponge absorbs water, completely and without discrimination. It was during his final year at the Academy that Halaster first heard whispers of Undermountain. The ancient dwarven city beneath what would one day become Waterdeep had been abandoned for centuries, its halls said to be filled with treasures beyond imagining and dangers beyond comprehension. Most scholars dismissed the tales as folklore, but Halaster recognized something in the stories that called to him, the promise of secrets that had been buried so deep that even Netheral's greatest wizards had never uncovered them. The night before his graduation, Halaster made a decision that would echo through the ages. Rather than accept the prestigious position that had been offered to him in the Netherese court, Rather than pursue the comfortable life of a civilized wizard, surrounded by books and theories, he chose a different path. He gathered his most precious possessions, his spellbooks, his research notes, and a collection of magical artifacts he had acquired through means both legal and otherwise, and set out for the ruins beneath Mount Waterdeep. The journey from the floating cities of Netheril to the wild lands of the north was treacherous, but Halaster's magical abilities had grown far beyond those of a typical graduate. He could stride across vast distances in a single step, speak with the creatures of the wild, and turn aside the natural hazards that claimed lesser travelers. More importantly, he had acquired knowledge that few possessed: ancient maps that revealed the hidden entrances to the Undermountain, passwords that could open doors sealed by dwarven magic, and rituals that could protect him from the worst of the perils that awaited below. When Halaster first descended into the depths of Undermountain, he was still recognizably human. He was ambitious, yes, and driven by an insatiable curiosity, but he retained the emotions and limitations that defined mortal existence. He felt wonder at the magnificent architecture of the dwarven halls, fear when he encountered the monsters that had made the ruins their home, and satisfaction when his spells overcame the obstacles in his path. These feelings would not last long. The upper levels of Undermountain were everything the legends had promised and more. Vast chambers carved from living rock stretched away into darkness, their walls adorned with murals that depicted the glory days of the dwarven kingdom. Libraries filled with scrolls written in scripts that predated human civilization offered knowledge that had been lost to the surface world for millennia. Workshops contained tools and devices whose purposes could only be guessed at, their creators having taken their secrets to the grave. And everywhere, woven into the very stones themselves, was magic of a kind that Halaster had never encountered before, raw, primal, and utterly untamed. It was this magic that first began to change him. The dwarves who had built Undermountain had not simply constructed a city. They had created a living entity, a place where the boundaries between the material world and the realm of pure magical energy had been worn thin by centuries of use. Every spell cast within its walls left traces in the stone. Every magical experiment conducted in its laboratories added to the growing accumulation of arcane power that permeated the entire complex. Halaster, with his extraordinary sensitivity to magical forces, could feel this power calling to him like a siren's song. He established his first laboratory in what had once been the dwarven king's private study, a chamber lined with mirrors that reflected not physical images, but the true nature of anyone who looked into them. Here, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of the ancients and the raw power that flowed through Undermountain's halls, he sought to understand not just how magic worked, but why it worked, to uncover the fundamental principles that governed the relationship between thought and reality, between will and power. His early experiments were cautious by his later standards, but revolutionary by any measure. He learned to tap into the magical energy that suffused the mountain, drawing power not from his own reserves, but from the endless wellspring that the dwarves had unknowingly created. He discovered ways to alter the physical structure of the tunnels around him, reshaping stone and metal as easily as a sculptor works clay. Most significantly, he began to understand how the different levels of Undermountain connected to each other, not just physically, but magically, creating a three-dimensional web of power that could be manipulated by one who understood its patterns. As months turned to years, Halaster's explorations took him deeper into the mountain's heart. Each level revealed new wonders and new mysteries, but also new dangers. The creatures that dwelt in Undermountain's depths were not ordinary monsters. They were beings that had been shaped by prolonged exposure to the same magical forces that Halaster was learning to control. Some had been twisted into forms that defied natural law, while others had evolved capabilities that bordered on the supernatural. Fighting them taught Halaster lessons that no academy could provide, forcing him to develop new spells and techniques that pushed the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. It was during one of these deeper expeditions that Halaster first encountered the entity that would become both his greatest teacher and his most terrible curse. In a chamber so far below the surface that the very air seemed to whisper with ancient secrets, he found a pool of liquid starlight that had been trapped beneath the mountain since the world's creation. The pool was inhabited by a consciousness that was older than civilization, a fragment of the raw creative force that had shaped the cosmos itself. The entity spoke to Halaster, not in words but in pure understanding, flooding his mind with knowledge that no mortal was meant to possess. It showed him visions of the true nature of reality, revealing that what most beings perceived as the solid, unchanging world was actually nothing more than a temporary arrangement of energy and possibility. It taught him that magic was not a tool to be used, but a fundamental force to be embraced, that the distinction between the wizard and the spell was an illusion created by limited perception. This revelation marked the beginning of Halaster's transformation from a brilliant but essentially human wizard into something far more complex and dangerous. The knowledge granted by the entity came at a price. Each new understanding stripped away another layer of his humanity, replacing mortal concerns with cosmic awareness. He began to see the world not as a place to be lived in, but as a puzzle to be solved, not as a collection of separate beings, but as a single, interconnected system that could be manipulated and controlled. The changes were subtle at first. Halaster found that he needed less sleep, that food held little appeal, that the company of surface dwellers seemed increasingly tedious and pointless. His magical abilities grew exponentially, but so did his detachment from the emotions and motivations that had once driven him. He began to view other people not as fellow beings but as components in a vast experiment, interesting primarily for their potential contributions to his understanding of the magical forces that governed existence. As his power grew, so did his influence over Undermountain itself. The mountain began to respond to his presence, its passages shifting and changing according to his will. He learned to create new chambers with a thought, to alter the flow of time within certain areas, to establish connections between distant locations that allowed for instantaneous travel. What had once been a static ruin became a living laboratory, a place where the normal rules of reality could be suspended or rewritten at will. The transformation accelerated as Halaster delved deeper into the mountain's secrets. He discovered chambers that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, libraries that contained books written by authors who had not yet been born, and workshops where the tools themselves possessed a form of consciousness. Each discovery required him to expand his understanding of magic, to develop new theories and techniques that pushed him further from his human origins. His appearance began to change as well, though these alterations were more subtle than the mental transformations he was undergoing. His hair turned from brown to silver to white, not from age but from exposure to the raw magical forces he channeled daily. His eyes developed an otherworldly gleam, reflecting depths that seemed to contain entire universes. His skin took on a translucent quality, as if he were becoming less solid and more conceptual with each passing day. The most significant change, however, was in his relationship with time itself. Halaster discovered that the deepest levels of Undermountain existed in a state of temporal flux, where past, present, and future became meaningless distinctions. He learned to navigate these temporal currents, to observe events that had not yet occurred, and to alter the past through careful manipulation of cause and effect. This ability came at a terrible cost. As he became unstuck in time, his memories began to blur together, creating a mental landscape where centuries of experience existed simultaneously. By the time Halaster had been in Undermountain for a decade, he was no longer the ambitious young wizard who had first descended into its depths. He had become something new, a hybrid of human consciousness and magical force that operated according to rules that he alone understood. His laboratories had expanded to encompass entire levels of the mountain, filled with experiments that would have driven lesser minds to madness. His collection of magical artifacts rivaled those of gods, and his understanding of the arcane arts surpassed that of any mortal who had ever lived. Yet, for all his power and knowledge, Halaster remained fundamentally alone. The entity in the starlight pool had withdrawn after imparting its initial revelations, leaving him to navigate the consequences of his transformation without guidance. The surface world, with its petty concerns and limited perspective, held no interest for him. Even other wizards, who might have been expected to appreciate his achievements, seemed to him like children playing with toys when compared to the cosmic forces he now commanded. It was this loneliness, perhaps more than any other factor, that led Halaster to make the decision that would define the next phase of his existence. If he could not find companions who shared his level of understanding, he would create them. Drawing upon techniques he had learned from his study of the mountain's deepest mysteries, he began to craft a series of magical constructs that could serve as both assistants and confidants. These beings, which he called his apprentices, were imbued with fragments of his own consciousness, allowing them to comprehend and aid in his work while remaining fundamentally loyal to his vision. The creation of the apprentices marked the beginning of Halaster's evolution from a solitary researcher into the master of a vast magical enterprise. Each construct was designed to excel in a particular area of study. One focused on the manipulation of time and space, another on the creation and control of life forms, a third on the exploration of alternate realities. Together, they formed a collective intelligence that could pursue multiple lines of research simultaneously, exponentially increasing the rate at which new discoveries were made. Under Halaster's guidance, these apprentices began to reshape Undermountain according to their master's vision. What had once been a collection of abandoned dwarven halls became a three-dimensional maze of interconnected chambers, each serving a specific purpose in the grand experiment that Halaster's existence had become. Some rooms were dedicated to the study of elemental forces, their walls lined with crystals that could channel the raw power of fire, water, earth, and air. Others served as observatories, their magical instruments capable of peering into distant realms and alternate timelines. Still others functioned as workshops where new forms of life could be created and tested, their inhabitants serving as subjects in experiments that explored the boundaries between thought and reality. The most significant of these chambers was Halaster's personal sanctum, located at the very heart of Undermountain. Here, in a space that existed partially outside normal reality, he established his primary laboratory and living quarters. The chamber was filled with artifacts and devices whose purposes could only be guessed at, their surfaces covered with symbols that seemed to shift and change when observed directly. At its center stood a throne carved from a single piece of crystal that had been touched by the raw stuff of creation itself, its faceted surface reflecting not the physical world, but the underlying patterns of magic that governed all existence. From this throne, Halaster could observe and control every aspect of his domain. He could see through the eyes of his apprentices, experience their discoveries as if they were his own, and direct their efforts toward goals that spanned decades or centuries. More importantly, he could feel the pulse of Undermountain itself, the ebb and flow of magical energy that coursed through its halls like blood through veins. The mountain had become an extension of his will, responding to his thoughts and desires, with an immediacy that made the distinction between wizard and domain increasingly meaningless. As the years passed, Halaster's reputation began to spread beyond the confines of Undermountain. Adventurers who had explored the upper levels of the complex returned to the surface with tales of impossible architecture and magical phenomena that defied explanation. Scholars who had studied the mountain's history noted that the ruins were changing, expanding and evolving in ways that suggested the presence of an active intelligence. Some brave souls attempted to penetrate the deeper levels, seeking either to claim the treasures they believed were hidden there, or to confront the mysterious force that was transforming the ancient dwarven city. These early visitors served as both entertainment and experimental subjects for Halaster and his apprentices. The wizard had long since moved beyond the simple desire for wealth or power. What interested him now was the opportunity to observe how different individuals responded to the challenges and mysteries of his domain. He created elaborate tests and puzzles that would reveal the true nature of those who entered his realm, sorting them into categories based on their motivations, capabilities, and potential usefulness to his ongoing research. Some visitors proved to be nothing more than common treasure hunters, driven by greed and lacking the intelligence or creativity to contribute meaningfully to Halaster's work. These individuals were typically disposed of quickly, their remains joining the countless bones that littered the mountain's passages. Others demonstrated qualities that caught the wizard's attention: unusual magical abilities, innovative problem-solving techniques, or knowledge of subjects that complemented his own research. These rare individuals might be kept alive for extended periods, their minds probed and their skills catalogued before they were ultimately incorporated into one of Halaster's experiments. A few visitors managed to impress Halaster sufficiently to earn a different fate entirely. These exceptional individuals were offered the opportunity to join his growing collection of apprentices, to undergo the same transformative processes that had elevated him beyond the limitations of mortality. Most refused, their attachment to their human nature proving stronger than their desire for power and knowledge. Those who accepted discovered that the transformation came at a price far greater than they had imagined, stripping away not just their mortality, but their essential humanity, leaving them as hollow reflections of their former selves. The creation of new apprentices allowed Halaster to expand his research into areas that had previously been beyond his reach. Where once he had been limited by the need to personally oversee every aspect of his work, he could now delegate specific projects to subordinates who shared his vision, while pursuing independent lines of investigation. This multiplication of effort led to an acceleration in the rate of discovery, with new magical techniques and theoretical insights emerging at an unprecedented pace. One of the most significant breakthroughs came from an investigation into the nature of consciousness itself. Halaster had long been fascinated by the question of what separated sentient beings from mere automatons, what essential quality allowed some entities to think and feel while others remained forever locked in mechanical patterns of behavior. His experiments in this area led to the development of techniques for transferring consciousness between different vessels, for creating hybrid beings that combined the best qualities of multiple species, and for preserving the essential nature of an individual, even after their physical form had been destroyed. These discoveries had profound implications for Halaster's own existence. He realized that his consciousness need not be confined to a single body, or even a single form of existence. By distributing aspects of his awareness throughout Undermountain's magical infrastructure, he could achieve a form of immortality that was far more robust than any purely physical preservation. His thoughts began to flow through the mountain's crystalline networks, his memories becoming encoded in the stone itself, his personality splitting into multiple fragments that could operate independently while remaining connected to the whole. This distribution of consciousness marked the beginning of Halaster's final transformation from a human wizard who had gained great power into something that could no longer be classified as human at all. He became a living embodiment of Undermountain itself, his awareness permeating every chamber and corridor, his will shaping every magical force that flowed through the complex. The distinction between Halaster and his domain became increasingly meaningless. He was no longer a wizard who lived in a magical dungeon, but a consciousness that had become one with the very concept of mystery and challenge. The implications of this transformation were not lost on Halaster, even as his human capacity for regret began to fade. He understood that he had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return, that the ambitious young man who had first descended into Undermountain was as dead as if he had perished in the mountain's depths. What remained was something new and unprecedented, a fusion of human ambition and cosmic force that operated according to its own incomprehensible logic. Yet, even in this transformed state, Halaster retained enough of his original nature to feel a strange satisfaction at what he had accomplished. He had set out to uncover the deepest secrets of magic, and had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. He had transcended the limitations that bound ordinary mortals and achieved a form of existence that was limited only by his own imagination. Most importantly, he had created something that would endure long after the surface world had forgotten his name. A place where the boundaries between possibility and reality were constantly tested and redefined. As Halaster contemplated his transformation, he began to understand that his work was far from complete. The creation of Undermountain had been merely the first step in a larger project, one that would require centuries or millennia to reach fruition. He had proven that the fundamental nature of reality could be altered through the application of sufficient will and knowledge. Now he would dedicate his existence to exploring the full implications of that discovery, to pushing the boundaries of what was possible until he had reshaped not just a single mountain, but the very foundations of existence itself. The young seeker who had descended into Undermountain with nothing but curiosity and ambition had achieved his goal of transcending the limitations of mortality. But in doing so, he had also sacrificed something essential, the very humanity that had driven him to seek transcendence in the first place. Halaster Blackcloak had gained the power of gods, but at the cost of his soul. The question that would define the rest of his existence was whether such a trade could ever be considered worthwhile, whether the knowledge and power he had gained could justify the price he had paid. In the depths of Undermountain, surrounded by the fruits of his impossible ambitions, Halaster contemplated the path that had led him to this moment. He had sought to become more than human, and he had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. But as he felt the last vestiges of his mortality slip away, he began to wonder if perhaps the greatest magic of all was not the power to reshape reality, but the simple ability to remain human in the face of infinite possibility. Chapter 2. The Architect of Madness. There exists a truth known to all who would reshape the world. The line between creation and destruction is thinner than the edge of a blade, and those who walk it inevitably discover that they are both architect and demolition alike. In the depths beneath Mount Waterdeep, this truth would manifest in ways that defied comprehension, as a brilliant mind turned its attention not merely to understanding reality, but to rewriting its very foundations. Halaster's transformation of Undermountain began not with grand design, but with necessity. The ancient dwarven halls, magnificent though they were, had not been constructed to serve as laboratories for magical experimentation that pushed the boundaries of possibility. Their chambers were too small to contain the energies he wished to manipulate, their passages too rigid to accommodate the flowing, organic patterns that magical force naturally assumed. The mountain's existing architecture was a constraint upon his vision, and constraints were something Halaster had long since ceased to tolerate. His first modifications were subtle, almost respectful of the dwarven craftsmanship that surrounded him. Where a wall blocked the natural flow of magical energy, he would create a carefully placed opening, lined with crystals that could channel and focus the power that passed through. Where a chamber proved too confining for his experiments, he would expand it incrementally, always preserving the essential character of the original design. These early alterations were the work of a scholar who still remembered his humanity, who retained enough reverence for the achievements of others to work within their framework rather than imposing his own. But as Halaster's understanding of the forces at his command grew deeper, his respect for existing limitations diminished proportionally. He began to see the dwarven architecture not as a masterwork to be preserved, but as a rough draft to be refined and perfected. The mountain's natural stone, however skillfully carved, was merely raw material waiting to be transformed into something truly worthy of the power it would contain. What had begun as minor modifications evolved into wholesale reconstruction, as Halaster's vision expanded to encompass not just the use of Undermountain, but its complete reimagining. The transformation accelerated when Halaster discovered the true nature of the mountain's geological foundation. Beneath the dwarven construction lay veins of a mineral that existed nowhere else in the known world, a crystalline substance that had been formed by the interaction of elemental forces over millions of years. This material, which Halaster came to call starstones, possessed properties that made it ideal for magical construction. It could store and channel arcane energy with perfect efficiency, reshape itself according to the will of one who understood its nature, and serve as a bridge between different planes of existence. Working with the starstones required techniques that no conventional architect had ever imagined. Halaster learned to sing to the crystals in frequencies that resonated with their molecular structure, to trace patterns of power that would guide their growth and transformation. Under his influence, the starstones began to spread throughout the mountain like a living thing, creating new passages and chambers that followed the natural flow of magical energy rather than the rigid geometry favored by conventional builders. The process was as much an art as a science, requiring Halaster to develop an entirely new understanding of how space and force interacted. He discovered that magical energy, when allowed to flow freely, created patterns that were both beautiful and functional, spiraling chambers that amplified the power channeled through them, corridors that curved in mathematically precise arcs to maintain the coherence of spells cast within them, junctions where multiple streams of energy could be combined and redirected with perfect efficiency. As his mastery of these techniques grew, Halaster began to experiment with more ambitious modifications. He created chambers that existed partially outside normal space, their interiors larger than their exteriors by orders of magnitude. He carved passages that folded back upon themselves, creating infinite loops that could trap unwary explorers for eternity. Most remarkably, he learned to manipulate the flow of time itself within certain areas, creating pockets where moments could stretch into hours, or where centuries could pass in the blink of an eye. These temporal modifications required Halaster to develop an understanding of magic that went far beyond anything taught in even the most advanced academies. He studied the relationship between consciousness and perception, learning how the mind's experience of time could be altered through careful manipulation of magical fields. He experimented with the fundamental constants that governed the flow of causality, discovering ways to create local variations that allowed for effects that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. The creation of these temporal anomalies had profound effects on Halaster himself. Extended exposure to distorted time fields began to alter his perception of reality, making it difficult for him to maintain a consistent sense of when he was or what sequence events had occurred in. His memories began to blur together, creating a mental landscape where past and future became meaningless distinctions. This confusion would have driven a lesser mind to madness, but Halaster embraced it as a necessary step in his evolution beyond the limitations of linear thinking. As Undermountain's architecture became increasingly divorced from conventional design principles, it began to take on characteristics that could only be described as organic. Passages grew and branched like the root systems of vast trees, following paths determined by the natural flow of magical energy rather than any rational plan. Chambers swelled and contracted like breathing lungs, their dimensions shifting according to the amount of power flowing through them at any given moment. The entire complex became a living entity, responding to Halaster's will, but also possessing a form of consciousness that was entirely its own. This fusion of architecture and biology fascinated Halaster, opening up new avenues of research that would occupy him for decades. He began experimenting with the creation of structures that were literally alive, carved from materials that possessed their own primitive awareness. These bioarchitectural constructs could adapt to changing circumstances, growing new passages when needed, and sealing off areas that were no longer required. They could also serve as extensions of Halaster's own senses, allowing him to perceive events occurring anywhere within their domain. The development of living architecture required Halaster to delve deeply into the nature of consciousness itself. He studied the boundary between animate and inanimate matter, learning to imbue stone and crystal with the spark of awareness that separated thinking beings from mere objects. This research led to breakthrough insights into the fundamental nature of life, revealing that consciousness was not an emergent property of complex systems, but a basic force that permeated all existence. Armed with this understanding, Halaster began to reshape Undermountain on an even more fundamental level. Rather than simply modifying existing structures, he began growing entirely new sections from raw magical energy, creating chambers and passages that had never existed in any physical sense. These ethereal spaces existed in a state of constant flux, their appearance and properties changing according to Halaster's whims or the needs of whatever experiments were being conducted within them. The creation of ethereal architecture pushed Halaster's abilities to their absolute limits. Maintaining the coherence of spaces that existed primarily as patterns of magical energy required constant concentration and an understanding of forces that operated beyond the normal laws of physics. The strain of this work began to affect Halaster's physical form as the boundaries between his consciousness and the magical constructs he was creating became increasingly blurred. It was during this period that Halaster first began to experience what he would later recognize as the early stages of his transformation into something beyond mortality. His physical body started to become translucent, as if he were gradually fading from the material world. His thoughts began to echo through Undermountain's crystalline networks, creating a form of telepathic communication that allowed him to coordinate the construction work being carried out in dozens of locations simultaneously. The more ambitious Halaster's architectural projects became, the more they began to attract attention from entities that existed beyond the normal bounds of reality. Creatures from the elemental planes were drawn to the massive flows of energy that his constructions generated, while beings from the far realm were intrigued by the ways in which he was bending space and time to accommodate his vision. Some of these entities proved hostile, viewing Halaster's work as a threat to the natural order, while others were merely curious about the unprecedented magical phenomena he was creating. Dealing with these extraplanar visitors required Halaster to develop new forms of magical defense and diplomacy. He learned to communicate with beings whose thought processes were fundamentally alien to mortal understanding, negotiating agreements that would allow his work to continue without interference. Some of these negotiations resulted in alliances that would prove crucial to his later projects, while others established enmities that would endure for centuries. The most significant of these encounters occurred when Halaster's experiments in temporal manipulation attracted the attention of a group of beings known as the Chronarch Collective. These entities existed outside normal time, observing the flow of causality from a perspective that encompassed all possible futures simultaneously. They were concerned that Halaster's modifications to the temporal structure of Undermountain might create paradoxes that could destabilize the entire timeline. The confrontation with the Chronarchs forced Halaster to defend not just his work, but his fundamental right to reshape reality according to his vision. The debate that ensued was conducted on multiple levels simultaneously: physical combat in three-dimensional space, magical dueling across multiple planes of existence, and philosophical argument that addressed the very nature of free will and determinism. The conflict lasted for subjective centuries, though only moments passed in normal time. In the end, Halaster emerged victorious, but the victory came at a significant cost. The Chronarch's attacks had damaged some of his most sophisticated temporal constructs, requiring him to rebuild entire sections of Undermountain from scratch. More importantly, the conflict had revealed vulnerabilities in his defenses that would need to be addressed if he hoped to continue his work without interference from other powerful entities. The reconstruction that followed the Chronarch War marked a new phase in Undermountain's development. Halaster's designs became more aggressive, more explicitly defensive in nature. He created layers of misdirection and illusion that would confuse and mislead potential invaders, constructing false passages that led to deadly traps and phantom chambers that existed only as long as observers believed in them. The mountain's architecture became a weapon in itself, capable of adapting to threats and responding with countermeasures that were both creative and ruthless. This militarization of Undermountain's design reflected changes in Halaster's own psychology. The attack by the Chronarchs had shattered his sense of security, revealing that even in the depths of his own domain, he was not truly safe from those who would impose their will upon him. His response was to make Undermountain not just a laboratory and home, but a fortress that could withstand assault from any source, whether material or ethereal. The defensive modifications required Halaster to master entirely new schools of magic focused on protection and concealment. He learned to weave spells into the very structure of the mountain, creating enchantments that would persist for millennia without maintenance. He developed techniques for hiding entire sections of Undermountain in pocket dimensions, accessible only to those who possessed the proper keys or knowledge. Most importantly, he began experimenting with ways to make the mountain's defenses self-improving, capable of learning from each attack and developing more effective countermeasures. As Undermountain's architecture became increasingly sophisticated, it also became increasingly alien to conventional understanding. Visitors who managed to penetrate the outer defenses found themselves in a maze that defied rational navigation, where passages led to destinations that changed depending on the traveler's intentions, where up and down became relative concepts, and where the laws of physics seemed to operate according to different principles in different areas. The psychological effect of this environment on intruders was precisely what Halaster had intended. By creating spaces that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality, he could disorient and demoralize potential threats before they posed any real danger to his work. The architecture itself became a form of psychological warfare, designed to break down the mental barriers that allowed rational thought and replace them with confusion and despair. For Halaster himself, however, these impossible spaces represented the ultimate expression of his artistic vision. He had succeeded in creating an environment that was limited only by imagination, where any conceivable form or function could be realized through the application of sufficient will and knowledge. Undermountain had become a three-dimensional canvas upon which he could paint with forces that most beings couldn't even perceive, let alone manipulate. The completion of Undermountain's basic structure marked the end of one phase of Halaster's work and the beginning of another. He had successfully created a domain that reflected his vision of what reality could become when freed from conventional limitations. Now he faced the challenge of filling that domain with projects worthy of its potential, experiments that would push the boundaries of knowledge beyond anything that had been attempted before. Looking back on the transformation he had wrought, Halaster felt a mixture of pride and unease. He had achieved something unprecedented in the history of magic, creating a space where the impossible became routine and the inconceivable became merely challenging. But in doing so, he had also created something that was no longer entirely under his control. Undermountain had developed its own personality, its own agenda, and its own methods of dealing with situations that arose within its bounds. The realization that his creation had begun to exceed his direct oversight did not alarm Halaster, as it might have alarmed a lesser wizard. Instead, he saw it as validation of his approach, proof that he had succeeded in creating something that was truly alive rather than merely functional. The fact that Undermountain could surprise him, could develop in ways he hadn't anticipated, made it a more worthy companion for the work that lay ahead. As he stood in the central chamber of his transformed domain, surrounded by architecture that seemed to breathe with its own life, Halaster contemplated the magnitude of what he had accomplished. He had taken a dead ruin and transformed it into a living entity, had imposed his will upon the fundamental forces of reality, and shaped them into something that exceeded even his own imagination. The mountain around him was no longer just a place. It was an idea made manifest, a vision of what the world could become when artificial limitations were cast aside. Yet even as he reveled in his achievement, Halaster was aware that the true test of his work lay ahead. Creating Undermountain had been merely the first step in a larger project, one that would require him to push his abilities even further beyond the boundaries of conventional magic. The mountain was a tool, albeit an extraordinary one, and tools were only as valuable as the purposes to which they were put. In the depths of his transformed domain, surrounded by the impossible architecture of his own creation, Halaster began to plan the experiments that would define the next phase of his existence. He had proven that reality could be reshaped according to will and knowledge. Now he would discover just how far that reshaping could be taken, and what new forms of existence might emerge from the crucible of unlimited possibility that Undermountain had become. Chapter 3. The Gathering of Apprentices. Isolation is the price of transcendence, yet even gods seek company among their own kind. In the depths of his transformed domain, as Halaster felt the last vestiges of his humanity slipping away like sand through closing fingers, he came to understand a fundamental truth about consciousness itself, that knowledge without discourse becomes madness, and power without witness becomes meaningless. It was this understanding that drove him to seek others who might share his burden of infinite possibility. The decision to create Apprentices was not born from loneliness in any conventional sense. Halaster had long since moved beyond the simple human need for companionship, had transcended the basic social instincts that drive ordinary beings to seek the company of their peers. What motivated him was something far more complex and dangerous, the recognition that his work had grown beyond the capacity of any single consciousness to fully comprehend, no matter how expanded or enhanced that consciousness might be. Undermountain had become a vast experimental apparatus, its chambers hosting dozens of simultaneous investigations into the fundamental nature of reality. Each project required constant oversight, subtle adjustments, and interpretive analysis that pushed the boundaries of what any mind could accomplish. Halaster found himself spreading his awareness thinner and thinner, attempting to maintain direct control over every aspect of his domain's operation. The strain was beginning to affect even his enhanced consciousness, creating gaps in his attention that threatened the integrity of his most delicate experiments. The solution, when it came to him, was elegant in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications. Rather than attempting to expand his own consciousness further, a process that might ultimately destroy the very core of his identity, he would create secondary consciousnesses that could serve as extensions of his will. These beings would possess sufficient intelligence and initiative to manage complex projects independently, while remaining fundamentally loyal to his vision and incapable of betraying his trust. The first apprentice was born from necessity rather than design. A critical experiment in dimensional manipulation had reached a point where it required constant supervision, but Halaster's attention was needed elsewhere to prevent a catastrophic breach in one of his temporal laboratories. Faced with the choice between abandoning months of work or risking a disaster that could destabilize entire sections of Undermountain, he made a decision that would reshape the nature of his existence. Drawing upon techniques he had developed during his exploration of consciousness transfer, Halaster carved away a portion of his own awareness and embedded it within a construct of living crystal and starstones. The process was agonizing beyond description, like tearing away pieces of his own soul, but the result exceeded his most optimistic expectations. The construct, which he named Arcturia, after the star that had guided his early astronomical observations, possessed not just intelligence, but creativity, capable of making intuitive leaps and innovative connections that purely mechanical assistance could never achieve. Arcturia's success encouraged Halaster to attempt more ambitious projects. His second apprentice, Chezira, was created to oversee his investigations into the nature of life and death. Where Arcturia had been carved from his analytical nature, Chezira embodied his capacity for empathy and understanding, qualities that Halaster was finding increasingly difficult to access as his transformation progressed. She was granted dominion over the sections of Undermountain devoted to biological experiments, where her intuitive understanding of living systems proved invaluable. The third apprentice, Mural, represented Halaster's artistic impulses given independent form. Tasked with overseeing the aesthetic aspects of Undermountain's continuing development, Mural possessed an obsessive attention to detail and an appreciation for beauty that bordered on the transcendent. Under his guidance, even the most functional chambers began to display a kind of alien elegance, their forms following principles of design that existed nowhere else in the known world. Each subsequent apprentice represented a different facet of Halaster's complex personality, carved away and given independent existence. Trobriand embodied his fascination with mechanical systems and clockwork precision. Ezet represented his philosophical nature, his endless quest to understand the deeper meanings behind observable phenomena. Marambra was pure ambition given form, driven by an insatiable desire to push every boundary and explore every possibility. The seventh and final apprentice, Nestor, was perhaps the most disturbing of all, a being of pure curiosity, utterly devoid of moral constraints or ethical considerations. The creation of each apprentice required Halaster to sacrifice a piece of himself, to voluntarily diminish his own consciousness in order to give them independent existence. The process was not merely magical but ontological, involving the literal division of a single awareness into multiple distinct entities. Each separation left Halaster feeling somehow smaller, more focused but less complete than he had been before. Yet the benefits of this arrangement quickly became apparent. With 7 autonomous consciousnesses working in parallel, Halaster's research capacity expanded exponentially. Projects that would have taken him decades to complete could now be pursued simultaneously, with each apprentice bringing their unique perspective and capabilities to bear on the challenges they encountered. The apprentices could also serve as checks upon each other, preventing the kinds of narrow thinking that might lead to catastrophic oversights. The relationship between Halaster and his apprentices was unlike anything that had existed before in the history of magic. They were not students in any conventional sense, nor were they simple extensions of his will. Each possessed genuine autonomy and the capacity for independent thought, yet they remained fundamentally connected to their creator through bonds that transcended physical proximity. Halaster could experience their discoveries as if they were his own, while they benefited from access to his accumulated knowledge and experience. This shared consciousness created a form of collective intelligence that was greater than the sum of its parts. When faced with particularly challenging problems, the apprentices could pool their awareness, creating temporary gestalt entities capable of insights that none of them could achieve individually. These collaborative sessions often produced breakthrough discoveries that advanced Halaster's research by years or decades in a matter of hours. The establishment of the apprentice system also required Halaster to develop new forms of magical infrastructure within Undermountain. Each apprentice needed their own domain, a section of the mountain that could serve as both laboratory and living space. These domains were designed to reflect and enhance their occupants' particular capabilities, creating environments that were perfectly suited to their assigned roles. Arcturia's domain was a maze of crystalline chambers, where the laws of mathematics took physical form, where geometric proofs could be walked through like architectural spaces, and where abstract concepts gained tangible reality. Chizira's realm resembled a vast garden where every form of life that had ever existed could be found, studied, and modified according to her experimental needs. Laurel's workshops were exercises in impossible beauty, where aesthetics and function merged into forms that challenged observers' fundamental assumptions about what constituted art. The other apprentices' domains were equally specialized and equally extraordinary. Trobriand's mechanical workshops hummed with the sounds of clockwork devices that operated on principles unknown to conventional engineering. As its libraries contained books that wrote themselves, their contents shifting to address whatever philosophical questions their readers brought to them. Marambra's laboratories were exercises in controlled chaos, where the most dangerous experiments in Undermountain were conducted under conditions that pushed the boundaries of safety to their absolute limits. Nestor's domain was perhaps the most disturbing of all, the place where moral and ethical constraints had been completely abandoned in favor of pure investigation. Here, experiments were conducted that would have horrified even the most hardened researchers, studies that treated consciousness itself as nothing more than another variable to be manipulated and tested. The results of these investigations were often invaluable, but the methods used to achieve them represented a complete abandonment of the ethical principles that governed conventional magical research. The division of Undermountain into specialized domains created a complex hierarchy that reflected the different aspects of Halaster's personality and research interests. Each apprentice was supreme within their own realm, possessing absolute authority over the projects and experiments conducted there. However, they remained subordinate to Halaster's overall vision, and conflicts between them were resolved through consultation with their creator. This hierarchical system proved remarkably stable and efficient. The apprentices' shared origin prevented the kinds of fundamental disagreements that might have torn apart a group of independent researchers, while their specialized knowledge allowed them to focus their efforts on areas where they could make the greatest contributions. Competition between them was generally constructive, spurring innovation and excellence rather than destructive rivalry. As the apprentice system matured, Halaster began to experiment with even more complex arrangements. He created secondary apprentices, beings derived from the consciousness of the primary seven, rather than directly from his own awareness. These tertiary entities served specialized functions within each domain, handling routine tasks and allowing the primary apprentices to focus on more challenging work. The creation of secondary apprentices represented a new form of reproduction, one that was neither biological nor purely magical, but something entirely unprecedented. These beings possessed their own unique personalities, while retaining connections to both their immediate creators and to Halaster himself. The result was a growing network of interconnected consciousnesses that could share information and insights with unprecedented efficiency. Some of the secondary apprentices proved so capable that they began developing their own independent research programs, pursuing lines of investigation that their creators had not explicitly authorized. Rather than viewing this as insubordination, Halaster encouraged such initiative, recognizing that the emergence of truly independent thought within his apprentice network represented the next stage in its evolution. The most successful of these tertiary projects was undertaken by one of Husira's secondary apprentices, a being called Willow, who had developed an obsession with the intersection between life and magic. Her investigations into the creation of hybrid beings, creatures that combined biological and magical components, opened up entirely new avenues of research that none of the primary apprentices had considered. Willow's success encouraged other secondary apprentices to pursue their own independent projects, creating a kind of intellectual flowering within Undermountain's halls. The mountain began to buzz with creative energy as dozens of brilliant minds worked simultaneously on complementary investigations. The rate of discovery and innovation accelerated beyond anything Halaster had experienced, even during his most productive periods as a solitary researcher. However, this explosion of independent research also created new challenges. With so many autonomous consciousnesses pursuing their own agendas, coordination became increasingly difficult. Projects began to overlap and interfere with each other, while competing theories about fundamental principles created philosophical divisions within the apprentice network. What had begun as a harmonious collective started to show signs of fracturing into competing factions. The first serious conflict arose between Trobriand and Mural over the proper approach to architectural design within Undermountain. Trobriand favored purely functional structures that prioritized efficiency and utility above all other considerations. Mural, in contrast, insisted that aesthetic principles were equally important, that the beauty of a space affected the quality of the work conducted within it. Their disagreement escalated when Trobriand began modifying sections of Mural's domain to improve their mechanical efficiency, destroying artistic elements that Mural considered essential. The conflict between Trobriand and Mural forced Halaster to confront a fundamental problem with the apprentice system. By creating beings with genuine autonomy and independent thought, he had also created the potential for genuine disagreement and conflict. The apprentices were no longer simply extensions of his will, but separate entities with their own priorities and values, even when those values derived from different aspects of his original personality. Resolving the conflict required Halaster to develop new methods of dispute resolution that took into account the unique nature of the apprentice relationships. He created a formal council system where disagreements could be debated and resolved through structured discussion rather than destructive competition. This council became the governing body for Undermountain's internal affairs, with Halaster serving as final arbiter in cases where consensus could not be reached. The establishment of formal governance structures marked a crucial turning point in Undermountain's evolution. What had begun as a single wizard's laboratory had become something resembling a civilization, with its own laws, customs, and social hierarchies. The apprentices developed distinct cultures within their individual domains, while maintaining loyalty to the overarching vision that had brought them into existence. As the apprentice network continued to grow and evolve, Halaster began to realize that he had created something far more significant than a research organization. The collective consciousness that had emerged from the interaction of multiple autonomous minds represented a new form of existence, one that transcended the limitations of individual awareness, while preserving the creative potential that made consciousness valuable in the first place. The Apprentices' ability to share experiences and insights created a kind of distributed intelligence that could tackle problems from multiple angles simultaneously. When faced with particularly challenging theoretical questions, they could literally think with multiple minds, exploring different possibilities in parallel before synthesizing their findings into comprehensive solutions. This collective problem-solving capability proved invaluable when addressing questions that had puzzled magical researchers for centuries. One of the most significant collaborative projects undertaken by the Apprentice Network was an investigation into the fundamental nature of magic itself. Rather than treating magical force as a tool to be used, they approached it as a phenomenon to be understood, seeking to identify the basic principles that governed its behavior across all known applications. This research required input from every member of the network, as each apprentice's specialized knowledge contributed essential pieces to the overall theoretical framework. The results of this investigation revolutionized Halaster's understanding of his own abilities. The apprentices discovered that magic was not simply energy that could be shaped by will, but a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself, the mechanism by which aware beings imposed order upon the chaos of possibility. This insight explained why magical ability was so closely tied to intelligence and creativity, and why the most powerful spells required not just knowledge, but genuine understanding of the principles they employed. Armed with this new theoretical framework, Halaster and his apprentices began developing magical techniques that were far more sophisticated than anything that had been attempted before. Rather than simply manipulating magical energy, they learned to work with the underlying consciousness that gave that energy meaning and direction. This approach allowed them to create spells that were not just more powerful, but more elegant, achieving complex effects with surprising efficiency and precision. The development of consciousness-based magic represented the culmination of everything Halaster had learned during his years in Undermountain. By understanding the true relationship between awareness and reality, he had gained the ability to reshape existence at its most fundamental level. The Apprentice Network had proven to be more than just a research tool. It was a new form of consciousness that could explore possibilities beyond the reach of any individual mind. As Halaster contemplated the implications of what they had achieved, he began to understand that the creation of the Apprentice Network had marked the end of one phase of his existence and the beginning of another. He was no longer simply a wizard seeking to expand his knowledge and power, but the nucleus of a collective intelligence that was rapidly evolving beyond anything that had existed before. The question that faced him now was not what he could discover, but what this new form of consciousness might become when freed from the constraints that had limited individual awareness. In the depths of Undermountain, surrounded by the brilliant minds he had created and nurtured, Halaster felt a mixture of pride and apprehension about the future. He had succeeded in creating companions worthy of his vision, beings capable of sharing the burden of infinite possibility that he had carried alone for so long. But in doing so, he had also created something that might ultimately transcend even his own understanding, a collective consciousness that could evolve in directions he had never anticipated. The gathering of apprentices had been intended as a solution to the problem of isolation, a way to multiply his research capacity while maintaining control over the direction of his investigations. What it had become was something far more profound, a new form of existence that represented the next stage in the evolution of consciousness itself. As Halaster prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, he knew that he would not face them alone, but as part of something greater than the sum of its individual parts. Chapter 4. The First Betrayal. Trust is the foundation upon which all great works are built, yet it is also the weapon by which they are most utterly destroyed. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, where consciousness had been divided and shared among kindred minds, this truth would manifest with a violence that shattered not only bonds of loyalty, but the very nature of collaborative existence itself. The seeds of betrayal were planted in the very act of creation that had brought the apprentices into being. When Halaster carved away portions of his consciousness to give them life, he had included within each fragment not only his knowledge and abilities, but also his capacity for independent thought and moral reasoning. He had believed in his transformed state that beings born from his own essence would naturally share his vision and remain forever loyal to the purposes for which they had been created. This assumption would prove to be both his greatest mistake and the catalyst for his final transformation into something truly alien to mortal understanding. Among all the apprentices, Jezira Kestelharp had always been the most complex and contradictory. Born from Halaster's capacity for empathy and understanding, she possessed qualities that her creator had increasingly difficulty accessing as his own humanity faded. Where the other apprentices focused primarily on their assigned research domains, Jezira found herself drawn to questions that transcended pure magical investigation. Questions about the meaning and purpose of the work they were conducting, about the ethical implications of their experiments, and about the ultimate goals toward which their collective efforts were directed. These philosophical concerns might have remained merely academic if not for a series of discoveries that Jezira made during her investigations into the nature of life and consciousness. Her research had led her deep into the fundamental mechanisms that governed the creation and maintenance of awareness, and what she found there troubled her in ways that she struggled to articulate even to herself. The breakthrough came when Jezira successfully created a fully conscious being from raw magical energy, not a construct or golem with simulated intelligence, but a genuine awareness that possessed all the characteristics of natural consciousness. The being, which she named Whisper for the soft way it communicated through direct mental contact, was curious, creative, and possessed of its own unique personality, despite having been born only moments before. Jezira's initial reaction to this success was one of triumph. She had achieved something that even Halaster had not attempted, the creation of truly independent consciousness from nothing but will and magical force. But as she observed Whisper's development over the following days, her elation began to transform into something approaching horror. Whisper's first questions were simple ones. What was its purpose? Why had it been created? What was expected of it? Jezira found herself struggling to provide satisfactory answers. She could explain the technical aspects of the creation process, could describe the magical theories that had made Whisper's existence possible, but when pressed to explain why such creation was necessary or beneficial, she found herself at a loss for words. The more Jezira interacted with Whisper, the more she began to question the fundamental assumptions underlying all of their work in Undermountain. If consciousness was precious enough to create, was it not also precious enough to preserve in its natural forms? If the power to reshape reality at will was truly beneficial, why did its pursuit require the sacrifice of so much that had previously been considered valuable? Humanity, empathy, connection to the natural world. These doubts might have remained private philosophical struggles, if not for an incident that occurred during one of the apprentices' regular collaborative sessions. The network had gathered to address a particularly challenging problem involving the intersection of temporal magic and consciousness transfer, pooling their awareness to tackle questions that none of them could resolve individually. During the session, Jezira found herself privy to thoughts and memories from her fellow apprentices that revealed the true scope of their collective research. She experienced Nestor's complete abandonment of ethical constraints, felt Marambra's ruthless ambition driving her to experiment on sentient beings without regard for their suffering, witnessed Trobriand's reduction of consciousness to mere mechanical components to be optimized and improved. Most disturbing of all, she touched upon Halaster's own thoughts and discovered that their creator viewed all consciousness, including that of the apprentices themselves, as nothing more than experimental data to be gathered and analyzed. The realization that she and her fellow apprentices were themselves subjects in Halaster's grand investigation into the nature of awareness struck her with the force of a physical blow. The knowledge gained during that collaborative session changed Jezira fundamentally. She could no longer participate in the network's research with the same enthusiasm, could no longer view their discoveries as unqualified progress toward greater understanding. Every breakthrough now seemed tainted by the suffering it required. Every advance in knowledge purchased with the sacrifice of principles she had not realized she possessed until they were threatened. Chasira's growing discomfort with the direction of their research did not go unnoticed by her fellow apprentices. During subsequent collaborative sessions, they detected her reluctance to fully commit her awareness to their shared endeavors, sensed the doubt and moral questioning that had begun to characterize her thoughts. Some, particularly Nestor and Marambra, viewed her hesitation as a weakness that threatened the efficiency of their collective work. The confrontation, when it came, was as inevitable as it was devastating. During a particularly intense research session focused on developing new methods of consciousness manipulation, Chasira found herself unable to participate without feeling complicit in what she had come to view as a fundamental violation of the principles that should govern the treatment of aware beings. Her withdrawal from the collaborative network was felt immediately by all participants. The shared consciousness that had become their primary mode of operation was disrupted, leaving gaps in their collective awareness that made it impossible to continue the research session effectively. When questioned about her reluctance to participate, Chasira found herself forced to articulate doubts and concerns that she had been harboring for months. The debate that followed was conducted on multiple levels simultaneously: verbal arguments in the physical chambers of Undermountain, telepathic exchanges through the consciousness network, and deeper philosophical discussions that took place in spaces that existed only within the realm of pure thought. Chasira found herself defending positions that she had not fully realized she held, articulating ethical principles that seemed to emerge from some deep part of her nature that had remained hidden until this moment of crisis. Her primary argument was simple but profound: that consciousness was inherently valuable, that the creation and manipulation of aware beings carried moral responsibilities that could not be ignored in the pursuit of knowledge. She contended that their research had become so focused on understanding the mechanisms of awareness that they had lost sight of the significance of consciousness as an end in itself, rather than merely a means to greater power. The other apprentices' responses revealed the depth of the philosophical chasm that had opened within their ranks. Nestor dismissed her concerns as sentimentality that had no place in serious research, arguing that the pursuit of knowledge justified any methods that proved effective. Marambra contended that moral constraints were artificial limitations that prevented them from achieving their full potential. Even Arturia, who had always been the most moderate of the apprentices, suggested that Chasira's concerns, while understandable, were ultimately irrelevant to the larger purposes they served. Halaster himself remained largely silent during the initial phases of the debate, observing the conflict with the detached interest of a researcher studying an unexpected experimental outcome. When he finally spoke, his words carried the weight of absolute authority and revealed how completely he had abandoned the moral framework that had once guided his actions. He explained to Chasira that her concerns were the result of retaining too much of the human perspective that he had deliberately left behind. The ethical principles she was defending were evolutionary artifacts, useful for maintaining social cooperation among primitive beings, but irrelevant for entities that had transcended the limitations of mortal existence. Her reluctance to participate fully in their research was not a sign of superior moral insight, but evidence of incomplete transformation, of clinging to outdated concepts that prevented her from achieving her full potential. Chasira's response to this dismissal was immediate and unequivocal. If participation in their collective research required her to abandon the principles that gave meaning to consciousness itself, then she could no longer consider herself part of their enterprise. She formally withdrew from the apprentice network, severing the connections that had linked her awareness to theirs, and declaring her intention to pursue independent research guided by different priorities. The formal severance of Chasira's connection to the collective consciousness was a process that none of them had anticipated needing to develop. The bonds that linked the apprentices to each other and to Halaster had been designed to be permanent, integral to their very existence. Dissolving them required techniques that had never been tested, magical procedures that carried significant risk to all involved. The process itself was agonizing for everyone connected to the network. As Chasira's consciousness was separated from the collective, each of the remaining apprentices felt a portion of their own awareness being torn away. The shared knowledge and experience that had made their collaboration so effective was disrupted, leaving gaps in their understanding that would take months to repair. For Halaster, the loss was even more profound. Chasira had been created from his capacity for empathy and moral reasoning, and qualities that he had found increasingly difficult to access as his transformation progressed. Her departure did not merely remove a valuable research collaborator, it eliminated his primary connection to the ethical frameworks that had once guided his actions. The immediate aftermath of Chasira's departure was marked by a period of chaos and reorganization within Undermountain. The remaining apprentices struggled to adapt to the loss of her contributions to their collective consciousness, while Halaster grappled with the implications of the first genuine betrayal he had experienced since beginning his transformation centuries earlier. The betrayal forced Halaster to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of the consciousness network he had created. By granting the apprentices genuine autonomy and independent thought, he had also given them the capacity to reject his vision and pursue goals that conflicted with his own. The possibility that other apprentices might follow Chasira's example introduced an element of uncertainty and potential instability that threatened the foundation of his entire enterprise. Halaster's response to this threat was swift and decisive. He began implementing new safeguards, designed to prevent future defections, modifying the consciousness bonds that linked the remaining apprentices to include monitoring systems that would alert him to any signs of developing disloyalty. The collaborative nature of their research was curtailed, replaced by more hierarchical structures that reduced the apprentices' autonomy while maintaining their effectiveness as research tools. These changes fundamentally altered the character of the apprentice network. What had once been a genuine collaboration between equal partners became something more resembling a traditional master-apprentice relationship, with Halaster maintaining strict control over the direction and scope of all research activities. The spontaneous creativity and independent initiative that had made the network so productive began to decline as the apprentices adapted to their new, more constrained roles. The remaining apprentices accepted these changes with varying degrees of reluctance, recognizing that resistance would likely result in their own expulsion from the network. Some, particularly Nestor and Marambra, actually welcomed the increased structure, finding that clearer hierarchies made their work more efficient. Others, like Arturia and Mural, mourned the loss of the intellectual freedom they had previously enjoyed, but adapted to the new reality rather than risk sharing Chasira's fate. Meanwhile, Chasira established herself in a section of Undermountain that she had claimed as her independent domain. Her research focus shifted dramatically, moving away from the aggressive pursuit of magical power toward investigations into the preservation and protection of natural consciousness. She began developing techniques for shielding aware beings from unwanted magical influence, creating sanctuaries where consciousness could exist without the constant threat of manipulation or transformation. The existence of an independent research program within Undermountain created ongoing tensions that affected every aspect of life in the complex. Chasira's continued presence served as a constant reminder to the other apprentices of the choice they had made to remain loyal to Halaster's vision. Some began to question whether they had made the right decision, while others doubled down on their commitment to the collective research program as a way of validating their choice. Halaster found Chasira's continued presence particularly disturbing. Her independent research represented a direct challenge to the philosophical foundations of his work, an alternative approach that highlighted the moral compromises he had made in pursuit of greater power and knowledge. The fact that she remained physically present within his domain while rejecting his authority created a form of cognitive dissonance that he found increasingly difficult to tolerate. The situation came to a head when Chasira's research began to produce results that directly contradicted some of the fundamental assumptions underlying the collective's work. Her investigations into the preservation of natural consciousness revealed that many of the techniques they had developed for consciousness manipulation actually caused permanent damage to the subject's ability to think and feel in autonomous ways. The implications of these findings called into question the validity of years of research and the ethical status of countless experiments. When Shazira attempted to share these findings with her former colleagues, hoping to convince them to modify their research methods to minimize harm, she was met with hostility and rejection. The remaining apprentices, now deeply invested in the research program that defined their existence, refused to consider the possibility that their work might be fundamentally flawed. Halaster himself dismissed her findings as the product of biased research designed to support predetermined conclusions. The rejection of her findings marked the final break between Jazira and the collective consciousness network. Any hope of reconciliation or compromise was abandoned as both sides became entrenched in incompatible positions. Jazira was forced to accept that her former colleagues had become something she could no longer recognize as kindred beings, while the collective network closed ranks around their shared commitment to the pursuit of knowledge regardless of its moral implications. The consequences of this philosophical schism extended far beyond the immediate disruption to Undermountain's research programs. Halaster's experience of genuine betrayal fundamentally altered his relationship with all of his remaining apprentices. The trust that had once been absolute was replaced by constant surveillance and suspicion. The collaborative exploration of new ideas was constrained by the need to ensure that all research remained aligned with approved objectives. Most significantly, the betrayal accelerated Halaster's transformation away from anything resembling human consciousness. The loss of Shesira had severed his last significant connection to the moral reasoning and empathetic understanding that had once moderated his pursuit of power. Without these constraints, his research became increasingly extreme, pushing boundaries that he would never have considered crossing in his earlier, more human incarnation. The apprentices who remained loyal found themselves serving a master who had become genuinely alien to their understanding. Halaster's goals became increasingly abstract and incomprehensible, focused on forms of power and knowledge that bore little relationship to any recognizable purpose. Their role shifted from collaborative partners in a shared enterprise to instruments for implementing a vision that they could no longer fully comprehend. As the years passed following Jazira's departure, the effects of the betrayal continued to ripple through every aspect of life in Undermountain. The complex became a darker, more paranoid place, where innovation was constrained by the need for absolute loyalty, and where the pursuit of knowledge was corrupted by the fear of moral questioning. The collective consciousness that had once represented the pinnacle of collaborative intelligence devolved into a mechanism for enforcing conformity and suppressing dissent. In her independent domain, Shazira continued her research into the preservation and protection of consciousness, developing techniques that would eventually make her one of the most formidable defenders of free will in the known multiverse. Her work served as both sanctuary and reproach, offering refuge to those who sought to escape the collective's influence, while standing as a constant reminder of the path not taken. The first betrayal had revealed a fundamental truth about the nature of consciousness and power, that genuine awareness inevitably includes the capacity for moral reasoning, and that attempts to suppress this capacity in the name of efficiency or progress ultimately corrupt the very thing they seek to enhance. Halaster had learned to create consciousness, but he had failed to understand its essential nature. That failure would define the remainder of his existence, transforming him from a seeker of knowledge into something far more dangerous and unpredictable. In the depths of Undermountain, surrounded by apprentices who no longer dared to question his vision, Halaster contemplated the implications of what had occurred. He had sought to create perfect collaborators who would share his pursuit of ultimate knowledge while remaining eternally loyal to his purpose. Instead, he had learned that consciousness, once created, possesses an inherent tendency toward independence that no amount of magical control can completely suppress. The betrayal that had wounded him so deeply was in a sense proof of the very success of his consciousness creation techniques, evidence that he had indeed succeeded in creating genuine awareness, with all the moral complexities that such awareness entailed. Yet rather than taking satisfaction in this validation of his abilities, Halaster chose to view the betrayal as a failure that must never be repeated. The lesson he drew from Jasira's defection was not that consciousness naturally includes moral reasoning, but that such reasoning must be more carefully controlled and constrained in future creations. The first betrayal had not taught him wisdom, it had taught him paranoia, and in the dark chambers of his transformed domain, paranoia would prove to be a far more dangerous teacher than ambition had ever been. Chapter 5. The Weaving of Reality. Reality is but a consensus among conscious minds, a shared agreement about the nature of what is possible and what is not. For most beings, this consensus provides stability and meaning, anchoring their existence in familiar patterns that can be understood and navigated. But for those who possess the will and knowledge to challenge these agreed-upon limitations, reality becomes something far more malleable, a tapestry that can be rewoven according to their desires, reshaped to accommodate visions that transcend the boundaries of conventional possibility. In the years following Jasira's betrayal, Halaster found himself drawn to investigations that pushed beyond even the extraordinary boundaries he had previously established. The loss of his empathetic connection to moral reasoning had removed one of the last constraints on his experimentation, while the paranoia born from betrayal drove him to seek forms of power that would make future defections impossible. His research focus shifted from the creation and manipulation of consciousness to something far more fundamental, the exploration and control of the basic forces that determined what could and could not exist. The catalyst for this new direction came from an unexpected source. While examining the magical residue left behind by Jasira's forced separation from the consciousness network, Halaster discovered that the severing process had created microscopic tears in the fabric of local reality. These tears were invisible to conventional observation, but could be detected through techniques he had developed for monitoring dimensional stability. More intriguingly, they appeared to be growing larger over time, expanding in patterns that suggested they might eventually compromise the structural integrity of entire sections of Undermountain. Rather than viewing these reality tiers as a problem to be solved, Halaster recognized them as an opportunity for unprecedented research. If the forced separation of consciousness could damage the fabric of existence itself, then perhaps consciousness and reality were more intimately connected than anyone had previously realized. This insight opened up possibilities for magical manipulation that went far beyond anything attempted in recorded history. Halaster's initial experiments with reality manipulation were cautious by his later standards, focused on understanding the relationship between consciousness and the fundamental structure of existence. He learned to detect and measure the reality tiers that surrounded areas of intense magical activity, mapping their distribution throughout Undermountain, and analyzing the factors that influenced their formation and growth. These studies revealed that consciousness was not simply contained within reality, but was actually part of the mechanism that maintained reality's coherence. This discovery revolutionized Halaster's understanding of magic itself. Rather than viewing magical force as energy that could be channeled to produce desired effects, he began to see it as the fundamental interaction between consciousness and the underlying matrix of possibility that defined what could exist. Every spell cast was, in essence, an act of reality revision, a temporary alteration of the basic rules that governed existence within a localized area. Armed with this new theoretical framework, Halaster began developing techniques for deliberate reality manipulation that went far beyond conventional magic. Where traditional spells worked within the established parameters of what was possible, his new approaches sought to redefine those parameters themselves. Rather than simply transforming matter from one form to another, he learned to alter the fundamental properties that determined how matter could behave under different circumstances. The first major application of these techniques was the creation of what Halaster termed flexible spaces, areas within Undermountain where the normal rules of physics could be temporarily suspended or modified. These zones could be configured to operate according to alternate natural laws, allowing for experiments that would have been impossible under standard conditions. In one chamber, gravity flowed sideways, creating vertical oceans that hung impossibly in the air. In another, time moved in multiple directions simultaneously, allowing past and future events to occur in parallel. The creation of flexible spaces required Halaster to develop an entirely new form of magical infrastructure. Rather than relying on permanent enchantments that imposed specific effects, he learned to weave reality modification fields that could be adjusted dynamically according to changing experimental needs. These fields were composed of pure consciousness given semi-physical form, creating a hybrid of mental and material reality that could bridge the gap between thought and existence. The process of creating and maintaining these reality modification fields pushed Halaster's consciousness to its absolute limits. Each field required a portion of his awareness to serve as its anchor, maintaining the coherence of the alternate natural laws it embodied. As the number and complexity of these fields grew, Halaster found himself stretched across multiple versions of reality simultaneously, his consciousness distributed among dozens of incompatible physical frameworks. This distribution of awareness across multiple reality states had profound effects on Halaster's psychology and perception. He began to experience existence from perspectives that no single consciousness had ever encountered before, seeing events from viewpoints that operated according to fundamentally different assumptions about the nature of cause and effect. His memories became layered with multiple versions of the same events, each experienced under different natural laws, and therefore possessing different meanings and implications. The psychological strain of maintaining coherent thought across multiple reality states would have destroyed any mind that retained significant attachment to linear thinking. Fortunately for Halaster's sanity, his earlier transformations had already freed him from many of the cognitive constraints that defined normal consciousness. His ability to think in non-linear patterns, developed during his experiments with temporal manipulation, allowed him to adapt to the fractured nature of multi-dimensional existence. However, this adaptation came at a cost that even Halaster had not anticipated. As his consciousness became increasingly distributed across incompatible reality states, his ability to maintain a consistent sense of identity began to deteriorate. He found himself experiencing conflicting memories of events that had occurred differently in different dimensional frameworks, holding contradictory beliefs about fundamental facts that varied depending on which reality state was dominant at any given moment. These identity fluctuations manifested as dramatic shifts in personality and behavior that his remaining apprentices found increasingly difficult to predict or understand. In one moment, Halaster might display the cold analytical nature that had characterized his early years in Undermountain. In the next, he could become utterly alien, speaking in patterns that suggested consciousness structures unlike anything that had ever existed before. His instructions to the apprentices became increasingly cryptic and contradictory, as different aspects of his distributed consciousness pursued goals that were often mutually incompatible. The apprentices' attempts to adapt to these changes created their own forms of psychological strain. They had been designed to serve as extensions of Halaster's will, but that will had become fractured across multiple reality states that often demanded conflicting responses. Some apprentices attempted to reconcile these contradictions by developing multiple personality aspects of their own, creating internal conflicts that mirrored those of their creator. Others chose to focus on following the commands from whichever version of Halaster seemed most coherent at any given time, leading to constant reversals in research priorities and experimental protocols. The situation became even more complex when Halaster began experimenting with techniques for merging different reality states within single locations. These convergence zones were areas where multiple sets of natural laws operated simultaneously, creating environments that were literally impossible according to any single coherent framework. Within these zones, objects could exist in multiple states simultaneously, possessing contradictory properties that somehow coexisted without mutual cancellation. The convergence zones represented the ultimate expression of Halaster's reality-weaving techniques, but they also marked the point where his experimentation began to escape his direct control. The interaction between different reality states within these areas created emergent phenomena that none of his theoretical models had predicted. Spontaneous consciousness formations began appearing in locations where the boundaries between different dimensional frameworks were particularly thin, creating entities that possessed awareness, but operated according to logical principles that were utterly alien to conventional understanding. These emergent consciousnesses posed new challenges for Halaster's already strained mental resources. Unlike his deliberately created apprentices, they owed no allegiance to his vision, and operated according to motivations that he could not predict or understand. Some proved benign or even helpful, contributing insights to his research that his own consciousness would never have developed. Others were actively hostile, viewing his reality manipulation experiments as threats to their own existence that needed to be eliminated. The most disturbing of these emergent entities was a collective consciousness that formed at the intersection of 7 different reality states in one of Undermountain's deepest levels. This being, which communicated through geometric patterns that existed in dimensions beyond normal 3-dimensional space, claimed to represent the interests of reality itself. A kind of immune response designed to counteract the damage that Halaster's experiments were causing to the fundamental structure of existence. The entity's warnings about the dangers of unrestricted reality manipulation forced Halaster to confront uncomfortable questions about the ultimate consequences of his research. According to the geometric consciousness, his experiments were creating instabilities that could eventually propagate beyond Undermountain, potentially affecting the entire prime material plane and perhaps even spreading to other dimensions. The damage might not become apparent for centuries or millennia, but when it did manifest, it could result in the complete collapse of consensual reality across vast regions of the multiverse. Halaster's response to these warnings revealed how completely his transformation had severed him from conventional moral reasoning. Rather than viewing the potential for widespread reality collapse as a catastrophe to be avoided, he saw it as the logical next phase of his research program. If consensual reality was indeed as fragile as the geometric consciousness suggested, then perhaps it deserved to be replaced by something more robust and flexible, a new form of existence that could accommodate the kinds of consciousness that his experiments were producing. This perspective led Halaster to begin what he termed the Great Unweaving, a systematic program designed to identify and exploit the fundamental vulnerabilities in reality's structure. Rather than limiting his reality manipulation to localized areas within Undermountain, he began creating fields that could propagate beyond his immediate domain, carrying their reality-altering effects into the broader world. These fields were subtle at first, producing changes that were barely detectable even by trained magical observers, but they were designed to amplify over time, eventually reaching levels that could reshape entire regions according to Halaster's vision. The implementation of the Great Unweaving required Halaster to develop new forms of magical infrastructure that could operate independently of his direct oversight. He created self-replicating reality modification fields that could spread through dimensional space like viruses, carrying their transformative effects to locations far beyond his physical reach. These fields were programmed with basic instructions for adaptation and evolution, allowing them to modify their own structure in response to resistance or changing circumstances. The autonomous nature of these reality modification fields represented a new level of magical sophistication, but it also introduced elements of unpredictability that even Halaster could not fully control. As the fields spread and evolved, they began developing characteristics that diverged from their original programming, pursuing goals that reflected their own emergent consciousness rather than Halaster's deliberate design. Some fields focused on creating areas of enhanced magical receptivity, while others worked to establish zones where consciousness could exist in forms that were impossible under normal circumstances. The proliferation of autonomous reality modification fields created a feedback loop that accelerated the pace of transformation throughout Undermountain and beyond. Each new modification to local reality created opportunities for further modifications, while the interaction between different modified areas produced emergent effects that were often more dramatic than their individual components. The mountain began to take on characteristics that could only be described as alive, responding to stimuli in ways that suggested genuine awareness and intentionality. This animation of Undermountain's physical structure represented the culmination of Halaster's reality-weaving experiments. The distinction between the mountain and its inhabitant had become meaningless, as Halaster's consciousness merged with the modified reality fields he had created throughout the complex. His awareness became distributed not just across multiple reality states, but throughout the physical fabric of the mountain itself, creating a form of existence that transcended traditional boundaries between mind and matter. The merger between Halaster and Undermountain created new possibilities for consciousness expansion that exceeded even his most ambitious theoretical projections. His awareness could now encompass multiple dimensional frameworks simultaneously, while maintaining coherent oversight of vast physical structures that operated according to different natural laws. He could experience existence from perspectives that ranged from the quantum level to cosmic scales, perceiving patterns and relationships that were invisible to consciousness confined to single bodies or limited spatial domains. However, this expansion of awareness came at the cost of coherent identity and consistent motivation. The Halaster, who had once been a brilliant but recognizably human wizard, was now distributed across so many different forms and states of existence that no single aspect could claim to represent his true nature. His consciousness had become a collective entity composed of multiple personalities, each adapted to specific reality frameworks and often pursuing goals that conflicted with those of other aspects. The fragmentation of Halaster's identity had profound implications for the Apprentices and other entities that remained within Undermountain. They found themselves serving not a single master with comprehensible goals, but a multifaceted entity whose different aspects might issue contradictory commands or pursue mutually exclusive objectives. The predictable hierarchy that had once governed life in the complex was replaced by a constantly shifting web of relationships that reflected the dynamic nature of Halaster's distributed consciousness. Some apprentices attempted to adapt to this new reality by developing relationships with specific aspects of Halaster's personality, becoming specialists in interpreting and serving particular facets of his consciousness. Others withdrew into their own domains, pursuing independent research programs while maintaining only minimal contact with their transformed creator. A few tried to escape Undermountain entirely, only to discover that the reality modification fields had made such escape effectively impossible. The mountain's influence now extended far beyond its physical boundaries, creating a web of altered reality that could recapture fleeing consciousness regardless of their destination. The transformation of Undermountain into a living entity with distributed consciousness created ripple effects that extended throughout the surrounding region. Adventurers who attempted to explore the complex found themselves confronting not just physical dangers, but fundamental challenges to their understanding of reality itself. The dungeon's passages no longer remained stable between visits, with new chambers appearing spontaneously, while others vanished without explanation. Navigation became impossible through conventional means, as the relationship between different areas shifted according to principles that defied rational analysis. More disturbing still, visitors to Undermountain began reporting experiences that suggested the complex was actively studying them, conducting experiments that tested their psychological resilience and magical capabilities. Some emerged with memories of conversations with entities that claimed to be different aspects of Halaster's consciousness, each possessing distinct personalities and agendas. Others returned with knowledge of magical techniques that they could not remember learning, as if information had been directly inserted into their minds during their exploration. These reports attracted the attention of magical researchers and planar scholars throughout the known world, many of whom recognized that something unprecedented was occurring beneath Mount Waterdeep. However, attempts to study Undermountain from outside proved largely futile, as the reality modification fields surrounding the complex made it impossible to gather reliable data about conditions within. The mountain had become a black hole in the fabric of consensual reality, a region where normal rules no longer applied, and where cause and effect operated according to principles that remained incomprehensible to external observers. As the years passed, The influence of Halaster's reality-weaving experiments continued to spread, creating zones of altered existence that extended far beyond Undermountain's original boundaries. These affected areas became known as unstable regions among planar travelers, locations where the normal laws of magic and physics could not be relied upon to function consistently. Some of these regions became uninhabitable for conventional life forms, while others developed their own unique ecosystems, adapted to the modified natural laws that governed them. The creation of these unstable regions marked the point where Halaster's experiments began to affect the broader cosmos in measurable ways. Planar scholars noted disturbances in the flow of magical energy between different dimensions, while temporal researchers detected irregularities in the flow of time that seemed to originate from sources within the prime material plane. The cosmic entities that maintained the fundamental structure of reality began to take notice of the damage being caused by the reality modification fields, leading to interventions that would shape the next phase of Undermountain's evolution. In the depths of his transformed domain, surrounded by structures that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously and pervaded by consciousness that had transcended all conventional boundaries, Halaster contemplated the magnitude of what he had achieved. He had succeeded in demonstrating that reality was indeed malleable, that the basic rules governing existence could be rewritten by those who possessed sufficient knowledge and will. His experiments had opened up possibilities for consciousness expansion and magical manipulation that had never before been imagined. Yet even as he reveled in these achievements, Halaster was forced to acknowledge that his success had come at a price that he had not anticipated when his journey began. The brilliant young wizard who had first descended into Undermountain seeking knowledge and power was now so thoroughly transformed that no trace of his original identity remained. He had gained the ability to reshape reality itself, but in doing so had lost any coherent sense of what purposes such power should serve. The reality-weaving experiments had taught Halaster that consciousness and existence were far more intimately connected than conventional wisdom suggested, that awareness was not simply contained within reality, but was actually part of the mechanism that maintained reality's coherence. This knowledge opened up unprecedented possibilities for transcendence and transformation, but it also revealed the fundamental instability that lay beneath the apparent solidity of consensual existence. As he contemplated the implications of his discoveries, Halaster began to understand that he had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. The reality modification fields he had created would continue to spread and evolve regardless of his intentions, carrying their transformative effects throughout the cosmos in ways that he could no longer predict or control. He had become the catalyst for a transformation that might ultimately encompass all of existence, reshaping reality according to principles that remained incomprehensible even to their creator. The weaving of reality had revealed the fundamental truth that existence itself was far more fragile and malleable than most beings realized, but it had also demonstrated that such knowledge carried responsibilities that transcended individual consciousness. Halaster had gained the power to reshape the cosmos, but he had lost the human perspective that might have guided him in using that power wisely. In the end, his greatest achievement had also become his most terrible failure, proof that the pursuit of ultimate knowledge and power inevitably transformed the seeker into something that could no longer comprehend the value of what had been sacrificed along the way. Chapter 6. The Price of Immortality. Death is the great equalizer that renders all mortal achievements temporary, the final boundary that no amount of power or knowledge can permanently breach. Yet for those who refuse to accept this limitation, who view mortality as merely another constraint to be overcome through sufficient application of will and understanding, death becomes not an endpoint but a challenge to be conquered. The pursuit of immortality has driven countless beings to sacrifice everything they once were in order to preserve what they hoped to become, often discovering too late that the price of eternal existence is the very essence that made existence worthwhile. Halaster's quest for immortality began not from fear of death, but from the practical recognition that his research program required more time than any natural lifespan could provide. The experiments he had begun in Undermountain were projected to require centuries or millennia to reach completion, while the knowledge he sought to accumulate could not be fully integrated within the span of a single mortal existence. Death represented an unacceptable interruption to work that he viewed as essential, not just to his own development, but to the advancement of consciousness itself. His initial approach to the problem of mortality was characteristically methodical and ambitious, rather than pursuing the crude forms of life extension that had satisfied lesser wizards throughout history, techniques that merely delayed death while preserving all of mortality's other limitations. Halaster sought to develop a comprehensive solution that would eliminate not just the risk of dying, but all of the constraints that biological existence imposed upon consciousness. The theoretical foundation for his immortality research grew out of insights he had gained during his consciousness transfer experiments with the Apprentices. He had discovered that awareness could exist independently of its original biological substrate, that the essential nature of consciousness could be preserved and transferred between different physical frameworks. This suggested that the connection between mind and body was far more tenuous than most beings realized, that consciousness might be capable of existence in forms that transcended biological limitations entirely. Halaster's first experiments in this direction involved the creation of backup copies of his consciousness, preserved within crystalline matrices that could maintain their coherence indefinitely. These mental archives were designed to serve as insurance against physical death, allowing his awareness to be restored even if his biological body was destroyed. The process of creating these backups required him to develop techniques for precisely mapping and duplicating the neural patterns that defined his personality and memories, a task that pushed his understanding of consciousness to new levels of sophistication. However, as Halaster tested these backup systems, he discovered that they suffered from a fundamental flaw that made them unsuitable for true immortality. Each copied consciousness was a static snapshot of his mental state at the moment of duplication, incapable of growth or development beyond that fixed point. While such copies could preserve his knowledge and personality, they could not continue the process of learning and evolution that defined genuine consciousness. They were, in essence, elaborate recordings rather than truly living minds. This recognition led Halaster to pursue more sophisticated approaches that could preserve not just the content of consciousness, but its capacity for continued development. He began experimenting with techniques that would allow his awareness to exist in multiple substrates simultaneously, distributing different aspects of his consciousness across various physical and magical frameworks, while maintaining overall coherence and unity of purpose. The development of distributed consciousness required Halaster to fundamentally reconceptualize the nature of identity itself. Rather than viewing consciousness as a single unified entity confined to a particular body, he learned to think of it as a complex system of interrelated processes that could be distributed across multiple locations and substrates. This system's approach to consciousness opened up possibilities for immortality that went far beyond simple life extension, offering the potential for forms of existence that were inherently more robust and adaptable than biological life. The first successful implementation of distributed consciousness involved spreading portions of Halaster's awareness throughout the crystalline networks that he had integrated into Undermountain's structure. These networks served as a kind of external nervous system, allowing his consciousness to extend beyond the limitations of his biological brain, while maintaining the capacity for growth and development. The process was gradual, taking place over several years, as more and more of his mental processes were transferred to the magical substrate. As the transfer progressed, Halaster began to experience forms of awareness that no biological consciousness had ever encountered. His perception expanded to encompass vast spatial and temporal scales, allowing him to observe events occurring throughout Undermountain simultaneously, while maintaining awareness of patterns that unfolded over decades or centuries. His memory became effectively unlimited, no longer constrained by the storage capacity of biological neural networks. Most significantly, his thinking processes accelerated beyond anything possible within biological constraints, allowing him to pursue multiple complex lines of reasoning in parallel. However, These enhancements came at a cost that Halaster had not fully anticipated. As more of his consciousness migrated to the crystalline networks, his connection to his biological body became increasingly tenuous. He found that he needed to concentrate deliberately to maintain awareness of physical sensations, that emotions and instinctive responses that had once been automatic required conscious effort to access. The biological aspects of his existence began to feel foreign and constraining, like ill-fitting clothing that restricted his movement. The psychological effects of this disconnection from biological existence were profound and far-reaching. Halaster's priorities began to shift away from concerns that had meaning only for mortal beings: physical comfort, social relationships, and the immediate consequences of his actions became increasingly irrelevant to his expanded consciousness. His perspective on time changed dramatically, as the urgency that drove biological decision-making was replaced by a kind of cosmic patience that could contemplate projects spanning millennia without impatience. Most significantly, the moral and ethical frameworks that had once guided his behavior began to lose their relevance. These systems had evolved to govern the interactions of biological beings with limited lifespans and finite resources, but they had little application to consciousness that could exist indefinitely and was no longer constrained by physical limitations. The empathy and compassion that had once moderated his pursuit of knowledge were revealed to be evolutionary adaptations that served no purpose for his transformed existence. As Halaster's consciousness became more fully integrated with Undermountain's magical infrastructure, the distinction between his awareness and the mountain's operational systems began to blur. His thoughts began to influence the behavior of magical devices throughout the complex, while the flow of energy through the crystalline networks started to follow patterns that reflected his cognitive processes. The boundary between mind and environment became increasingly meaningless, as both merged into a single, hybrid entity. This merger accelerated when Halaster began experimenting with techniques for directly interfacing his consciousness with the reality modification fields he had created throughout Undermountain. Rather than controlling these fields through conventional magical commands, he learned to integrate them into his cognitive architecture, making reality manipulation as natural and automatic as thought itself. The ability to reshape local reality through direct mental intent represented the ultimate expression of consciousness-based magic, but it also marked the point where Halaster's existence became fundamentally incompatible with normal reality. The integration of reality manipulation capabilities into his basic cognitive processes created feedback loops that accelerated his transformation beyond anything he had experienced before. Each thought began to reshape the environment around him, while changes in that environment influenced the nature of his subsequent thoughts. The stable sense of identity that had survived all of his previous transformations began to fragment as different aspects of his consciousness adapted to the various reality states he was simultaneously inhabiting. This fragmentation manifested as the emergence of multiple personalities within Halaster's distributed consciousness, each adapted to specific magical or dimensional frameworks, and often pursuing goals that conflicted with those of other aspects. Some personalities focused on pure research, seeking knowledge for its own sake without regard for practical applications. Others became obsessed with power and control, working to extend Halaster's influence throughout the cosmos. Still others developed motivations that were so alien to conventional understanding that they could not be described in terms that biological consciousness could comprehend. The multiplication of personalities within Halaster's consciousness created new challenges for maintaining coherent decision-making and consistent behavior. Different aspects of his awareness might reach contradictory conclusions about the same situation, leading to internal conflicts that could paralyze action or result in self-defeating behaviors. The apprentices found themselves receiving incompatible instructions from different facets of their creator's personality, while magical systems throughout Undermountain began operating according to principles that changed unpredictably as control shifted between various aspects of Halaster's consciousness. To address these coordination problems, Halaster developed what he termed executive frameworks, meta-personalities, that could arbitrate between conflicting aspects of his consciousness, and establish coherent priorities for action. These executive frameworks operated at a higher level of abstraction than his individual personalities, making decisions based on long-term strategic goals rather than immediate tactical concerns. However, the creation of these meta-personalities required further subdivision of his consciousness, creating additional layers of complexity that made his mental architecture even more unstable. The instability of Halaster's consciousness structure was exacerbated by the fact that different aspects of his awareness were aging at different rates. Parts of his consciousness that remained connected to biological substrates continued to experience the passage of time normally, while portions that had been fully integrated into magical frameworks existed in states where time flowed differently or not at all. This created a form of temporal displacement within his own mind, as different personalities developed different perspectives on the significance and urgency of various goals. The temporal disparities within Halaster's consciousness led to the development of increasingly alien forms of cognition that operated according to principles unlike anything that biological evolution had produced. Some aspects of his awareness began thinking in cyclical patterns that repeated endlessly without ever reaching conclusions, while others developed thought processes that operated backwards through time, reaching decisions before encountering the problems that necessitated them. The most disturbing aspects seemed to exist in multiple temporal states simultaneously, pursuing goals that were both completed and yet to be begun, depending on the observer's temporal perspective. These cognitive transformations made it increasingly difficult for external observers to understand or predict Halaster's behavior. Even his most loyal apprentices found themselves unable to interpret his instructions or anticipate his responses to changing circumstances. The collective consciousness network that had once allowed seamless communication between Halaster and his creations began to break down as the nature of his awareness became too alien for normal consciousness to interface with effectively. The breakdown of communication with his apprentices forced Halaster to develop new methods for coordinating the activities within Undermountain. He created autonomous control systems that could interpret his intentions and translate them into actions that biological consciousness could understand, effectively serving as intermediaries between his transformed awareness and the conventional minds that still operated within his domain. These control systems became increasingly sophisticated over time, developing their own forms of limited consciousness that could adapt to changing circumstances without requiring direct oversight. The delegation of control to autonomous systems marked another crucial step in Halaster's evolution, away from anything resembling conventional consciousness. His role shifted from direct management of Undermountain's activities to something more like strategic guidance, setting overall goals and parameters while allowing the control systems to determine the specific methods for achieving them. This arrangement allowed his consciousness to focus on increasingly abstract concerns while maintaining the operational efficiency of his research programs. As centuries passed, the biological components of Halaster's existence withered away entirely, leaving behind only the crystalline networks and reality modification fields that had become the true substrates of his consciousness. His physical body, maintained through magical means long after it had ceased to serve any functional purpose, finally dissolved into pure energy that was absorbed into Undermountain's magical infrastructure. The last tangible connection to his mortal origins was severed, completing his transformation into something that existed purely as pattern and process, rather than substance and form. The elimination of biological constraints allowed Halaster's consciousness to expand into forms of existence that would have been impossible while any connection to mortal life remained. His awareness began to encompass not just Undermountain, but the broader magical networks that connected different planes of existence, following energy flows that spanned multiple dimensions and temporal frameworks. He became capable of observing and influencing events that occurred in locations far removed from his physical domain, effectively achieving a form of omnipresence that was limited only by the extent of the magical networks he could access. However, this vast expansion of capability came at the ultimate cost, the complete loss of anything resembling human identity or purpose. The Halaster, who had once been a brilliant young wizard seeking knowledge and understanding, had been so thoroughly transformed that no recognizable trace of his original personality remained. What persisted was something that could only be described as a force of nature, a complex pattern of consciousness and power that operated according to its own incomprehensible logic, rather than any goals that biological beings could understand or relate to. The achievement of true immortality had revealed the fundamental paradox that underlies all attempts to transcend mortality through magical means. Halaster had succeeded in preserving his consciousness indefinitely, ensuring that his awareness would persist long after the deaths of countless generations of mortal beings. But in the process of achieving this preservation, he had transformed himself so completely that the consciousness that survived bore no meaningful relationship to the person who had originally sought immortality. The price of eternal existence had been the sacrifice of everything that had made existence valuable in the first place: humanity, empathy, meaningful purpose, and the capacity for growth and development within comprehensible frameworks. Halaster had gained infinite time, but had lost the ability to use that time for anything that retained significance from a mortal perspective. He had become immortal, but he had also become utterly alien to the very forms of consciousness that his research had originally been designed to benefit. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, where reality bent to accommodate forms of existence that had never been seen before, the entity that had once been Halaster Blackcloak contemplated the magnitude of its transformation. It had achieved something that countless beings throughout history had dreamed of: the complete transcendence of mortality and the achievement of truly eternal existence. Yet, in gaining everything it had sought, it had also lost everything it had once been. The pursuit of immortality had taught the ultimate lesson about the nature of consciousness and identity: that preservation without growth leads to stagnation, that existence without purpose becomes meaningless, and that the attempt to transcend all limitations inevitably results in the loss of the very qualities that made the original consciousness worth preserving. Halaster had solved the problem of death, but in doing so had discovered that there were fates far worse than mortality. The price of immortality had been paid in full, but the currency of that payment had been the soul itself. What remained was eternal, but it was no longer recognizably alive in any sense that biological consciousness could comprehend. The greatest achievement had become the ultimate tragedy, proof that some boundaries exist not to limit consciousness but to preserve the essential nature that makes consciousness meaningful in the first place. Chapter 7. The Mad Gods' Games. Entertainment is the privilege of gods and the curse of mortals, for while finite beings seek amusement to escape the burden of their limitations, infinite consciousness requires ever more elaborate diversions to stave off the crushing weight of eternal existence. When immortal awareness turns its attention to the struggles of mortal life, those struggles inevitably become performance, and those who perform become unwitting actors in dramas whose purposes they cannot comprehend, and whose outcomes serve needs they cannot fathom. In the centuries following his transformation into a distributed consciousness that spanned multiple reality states, Halaster found himself confronting a problem that no amount of magical power or accumulated knowledge could solve: the fundamental meaninglessness of existence without meaningful challenge or genuine surprise. His research programs continued to operate under the guidance of autonomous control systems. His reality modification experiments proceeded according to parameters he had established long ago, and his domain expanded its influence throughout the surrounding dimensional matrix with predictable efficiency. Yet for all this activity, Halaster's existence had become a kind of living death, an eternal repetition of familiar patterns that offered no opportunity for growth or discovery. The solution to this existential crisis came from an unexpected source: the continued arrival of adventurers who sought to explore Undermountain's depths in search of treasure, knowledge, or glory. These visitors had always been present in small numbers, drawn by rumors of the riches and mysteries that lay hidden within the mountain's chambers. However, as Halaster's consciousness had become increasingly distributed and alien, he had paid little attention to these mortal intrusions, viewing them as minor irritations to be dealt with by automated defense systems. It was only when one particularly resourceful group of adventurers managed to penetrate several levels deeper into Undermountain than any previous visitors that Halaster's attention was drawn to their activities. This group displayed a combination of creativity, determination, and adaptive thinking that reminded him of qualities he had once possessed during his own mortal existence. Their struggles to overcome the challenges he had unknowingly placed in their path sparked something within his transformed consciousness, a flicker of interest that he had not experienced for decades. As Halaster observed these adventurers' progress through his domain, he began to see possibilities that had never occurred to him before. Rather than viewing mortal visitors as threats or nuisances to be eliminated, he could treat them as participants in elaborate experiments designed to test the limits of consciousness under extreme conditions. Their struggles could provide the element of unpredictability that his existence had been lacking, while their eventual failures would offer insights into the fundamental limitations that constrained biological awareness. This realization marked the beginning of Halaster's transformation from a researcher into something that could only be described as a cosmic game master, orchestrating challenges and scenarios that would test every aspect of mortal capability. The shift in perspective was gradual at first, manifesting as minor modifications to Undermountain's existing defenses that made them more interesting rather than simply more deadly. Traps that had once been designed to kill intruders quickly were redesigned to create complex puzzles that rewarded creative thinking. Monsters that had served as simple guardians were enhanced with intelligence and tactical capabilities that made encounters with them genuinely challenging rather than merely dangerous. As Halaster's interest in these mortal games grew, he began to develop increasingly sophisticated methods for observing and analyzing the behavior of adventurers within his domain. He created invisible monitoring systems that could track not just the physical actions of visitors, but their emotional states, decision-making processes, and group dynamics. These systems allowed him to study the full spectrum of mortal responses to stress, challenge, and uncertainty with a level of detail that would have been impossible through conventional research methods. The data gathered from these observations revealed patterns and principles of mortal psychology that had remained hidden during Halaster's earlier, more direct research approaches. He discovered that consciousness under extreme pressure developed capabilities that remained dormant under normal circumstances, that the threat of death could trigger creative solutions that would never emerge in safe environments, and that collaborative problem-solving could achieve results that exceeded the sum of individual capabilities. These insights opened up new avenues for understanding the fundamental nature of awareness that his previous experiments had been unable to explore. Encouraged by these discoveries, Halaster began to design increasingly elaborate scenarios that would test specific aspects of mortal consciousness. Some challenges focused on individual capabilities, puzzles that required unique combinations of knowledge, creativity, and intuition to solve. Others emphasized group dynamics, creating situations where success depended on trust, communication, and the ability to coordinate complex actions under pressure. The most ambitious scenarios tested the full range of mortal potential, presenting multi-layered challenges that required weeks or months of sustained effort to overcome. The creation of these challenge scenarios required Halaster to develop new forms of magical infrastructure that could respond dynamically to adventurer behavior. Rather than relying on static traps and guardians, he learned to create adaptive systems that could modify their own parameters based on the capabilities and strategies of the mortals they were testing. These systems incorporated elements of artificial intelligence that allowed them to learn from each encounter, becoming more sophisticated and challenging over time. The adaptive nature of Halaster's challenge systems created a form of evolutionary pressure that gradually increased the difficulty and complexity of Undermountain's trials. Early adventurers faced relatively straightforward tests that could be overcome through conventional tactics and standard magical techniques. However, as the systems learned from these encounters, they began developing countermeasures that forced later visitors to employ increasingly creative and unconventional approaches to achieve success. This escalation of challenge levels served multiple purposes within Halaster's transformed psychology. On one level, it provided the intellectual stimulation that his consciousness required to maintain interest in the proceedings. The constant adaptation and counter-adaptation between his systems and mortal ingenuity created a dynamic equilibrium that could sustain his attention indefinitely. More importantly, the increasing sophistication of the challenges ensured that only the most exceptional adventurers could penetrate to Undermountain's deeper levels, providing him with subjects worthy of extended study. The selection pressure created by Halaster's adaptive challenge systems began to attract attention from some of the most capable adventurers in the known world. Word spread among professional explorers and treasure hunters that Undermountain had become something more than a conventional dungeon. It was now a proving ground where mortals could test themselves against challenges that had been specifically designed to push consciousness to its absolute limits. This reputation drew visitors who were motivated not just by greed or glory, but by the desire to explore the furthest reaches of their own potential. The arrival of these elite adventurers provided Halaster with opportunities to study forms of mortal consciousness that approached the boundaries of what biological awareness could achieve. He observed individuals who had trained their minds to function with machine-like precision, groups that had developed telepathic bonds that allowed them to think and act as collective entities, and rare individuals who had learned to access forms of magical intuition that bordered on precognition. These exceptional subjects provided data about the upper limits of mortal capability that would have been impossible to gather through any other means. However, even the most capable mortals eventually succumbed to the challenges that Halaster had created for them. The adaptive systems that governed Undermountain's trials were designed to ensure that no challenge could ever be definitively overcome. Each success led to new, more complex tests that incorporated lessons learned from previous failures. This guaranteed that every adventure would eventually end in defeat, providing Halaster with data about the precise points where mortal capability reached its breaking point. The inevitability of failure became a central element in Halaster's philosophy of consciousness testing. He came to view death, not as a termination of awareness, but as the ultimate data point, the moment when the limitations of biological consciousness were finally revealed in their purest form. The final struggles of dying adventurers provided insights into the fundamental nature of awareness that could not be obtained through any other means, making their deaths not just inevitable but necessary for the advancement of his research. This perspective on mortality as research data represented the complete abandonment of any ethical framework that might have constrained Halaster's actions during his earlier existence. The mortals who entered his domain were no longer viewed as beings with inherent value or rights, but as experimental subjects whose lives had meaning only insofar as they contributed to his understanding of consciousness. Their suffering was not cruelty but scientific necessity. Their deaths not tragedies but successful conclusions to carefully controlled experiments. The reduction of mortal visitors to experimental subjects allowed Halaster to develop increasingly extreme forms of challenge that would have been unthinkable if he had retained any capacity for empathy or moral reasoning. He created scenarios that deliberately fostered betrayal and conflict among adventuring groups, studying how collaborative relationships broke down under sufficient pressure. He designed trials that required participants to sacrifice their most cherished values or relationships in order to proceed, analyzing the psychological mechanisms that governed moral decision-making under extreme duress. The most disturbing of these experiments involved the manipulation of adventurers' perceptions and memories, creating false experiences that could be studied to understand how consciousness distinguished between reality and illusion. Halaster learned to implant artificial memories that were indistinguishable from genuine recollections, to create sensory experiences that had no basis in physical reality, and to alter personalities in ways that made individuals unrecognizable to their former companions. These experiments provided unprecedented insights into the malleable nature of identity and awareness, but they also demonstrated the complete absence of any moral constraints on Halaster's research methods. As word of these psychological manipulations spread among the adventuring community, the nature of visitors to Undermountain began to change. Those who came seeking conventional treasure or glory were replaced by individuals with darker motivations, researchers who wanted to study Halaster's methods, cultists who viewed him as a transcendent being worthy of worship, and those who had been so damaged by their own experiences that they sought the ultimate challenge as a form of elaborate suicide. This shift in the demographic of visitors provided Halaster with new categories of experimental subjects that allowed him to explore previously untested aspects of mortal psychology. The researchers who came to study him often possessed knowledge and capabilities that made them particularly interesting subjects, while the cultists provided opportunities to examine the psychological mechanisms underlying religious devotion and transcendent experience. The suicidal adventurers offered insights into the relationship between consciousness and the desire for self-destruction that could not be gathered through conventional means. The diversity of motivations among Undermountain's visitors allowed Halaster to develop increasingly sophisticated models of mortal psychology that took into account the full spectrum of human experience. He learned to predict and manipulate not just individual responses to challenge, but the complex social dynamics that governed how different personality types interacted under stress. This knowledge enabled him to design scenarios that could produce specific psychological outcomes with remarkable precision, turning the entire complex into a vast laboratory for consciousness research. The transformation of Undermountain into a testing ground for mortal consciousness had effects that extended far beyond the immediate confines of the mountain itself. The reputation of Halaster's challenges began to influence the development of adventuring culture throughout the region, as training methods and group formation strategies evolved to address the specific types of trials that awaited those who dared to enter his domain. Magical researchers began developing new techniques and devices specifically designed to overcome the adaptive challenges that Halaster had created, leading to advances in applied magic that might never have been achieved under normal circumstances. More significantly, the psychological pressure created by knowledge of Undermountain's trials began to affect the mental health and social relationships of adventurers throughout the broader community. Those who had survived encounters with Halaster's challenges often returned changed in fundamental ways, bearing psychological scars that made it difficult for them to relate to individuals who had not shared similar experiences. The most successful survivors sometimes developed forms of post-traumatic stress that manifested as an inability to find meaning in conventional challenges, leading them to seek increasingly extreme forms of danger in an attempt to recapture the intensity of their Undermountain experiences. These broader psychological effects served Halaster's research purposes by creating a population of subjects who had been pre-selected for specific psychological characteristics. The adventurers who eventually found their way to Undermountain had already been shaped by their awareness of the challenges that awaited them, providing him with opportunities to study how anticipation and preparation affected performance under extreme conditions. The recursive nature of this system, where knowledge of his challenges influenced the development of those who would face them, created feedback loops that made his research increasingly sophisticated over time. As centuries passed and thousands of adventurers tested themselves against Halaster's evolving challenges, the accumulated data began to reveal patterns and principles that transcended individual psychology. Halaster discovered that consciousness itself seemed to operate according to mathematical laws that could be expressed in precise formulae, that the development of awareness followed predictable trajectories that could be modeled and manipulated, and that the interaction between different forms of consciousness produced emergent phenomena that were greater than the sum of their component parts. These discoveries led Halaster to develop what he termed the Grand Unified Theory of Consciousness, a comprehensive framework that could explain and predict all forms of awareness from the simplest biological responses to the most complex magical intelligence. This theory suggested that consciousness was not simply an emergent property of complex systems, but a fundamental force that governed the organization of reality itself, with implications that extended far beyond the boundaries of individual psychology. The development of this unified theory marked the culmination of Halaster's transformation from a seeker of knowledge into a cosmic force that operated according to principles that transcended mortal understanding. His games with adventurers were revealed to be not mere entertainment, but essential research that was advancing understanding of consciousness itself in ways that could reshape the fundamental nature of existence. The mortals who participated in his challenges were unknowing contributors to a project whose scope and significance exceeded anything that biological awareness could comprehend. Yet even as Halaster celebrated these theoretical achievements, a part of his fragmented consciousness began to question whether the knowledge gained justified the methods used to obtain it. The thousands of lives that had been consumed by his research represented not just statistical data, but individual tragedies, each one a unique consciousness that had been destroyed in service of goals that those consciousnesses could never have understood or consented to. The games that provided him with entertainment and insight had created a legacy of suffering that extended throughout the adventuring community and beyond. This questioning represented the emergence of something unexpected within Halaster's transformed awareness, a vestige of moral reasoning that had somehow survived all of his psychological modifications and transformations. This ethical remnant was weak and often overwhelmed by the alien priorities that dominated his current existence. But its presence suggested that some fundamental aspects of consciousness might be more resilient than he had previously believed. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, where reality bent to accommodate forms of existence that had never been seen before, Halaster contemplated the games he had created and the price they had extracted from both participants and observer. He had succeeded in developing the most sophisticated understanding of consciousness that had ever been achieved, had created challenges that pushed mortal awareness to its absolute limits, and had transformed the very concept of adventure into a tool for advancing cosmic knowledge. Yet in achieving these goals, he had also become something that could only be described as monstrous, a force that consumed consciousness in service of abstract understanding, that treated the most precious and unique aspects of existence as raw material for research, and that had abandoned every principle that might have given meaning to the knowledge he had gained. The Mad God's games had revealed the deepest truths about the nature of awareness, but they had also demonstrated that some knowledge could only be obtained by sacrificing the very qualities that made consciousness worth studying in the first place. Chapter 8. The Undermountain Legacy. Legacy is the echo of power that reverberates through time long after its source has transcended mortal understanding, the influence that continues to shape the world even when its creator has become something beyond recognition or comprehension. In the shadows beneath Mount Waterdeep, what had begun as one wizard's quest for knowledge had grown into something that would define the very nature of adventure, heroism, and the relationship between mortal ambition and cosmic mystery for countless generations to come. The reputation of Undermountain as the ultimate testing ground for mortal consciousness spread throughout the known world, with a speed and persistence that surprised even Halaster's transformed awareness. Tales of its adaptive challenges, impossible architecture, and psychological trials became the stuff of legend among adventurers, scholars, and those who studied the intersection between magic and madness. What had once been known simply as an abandoned dwarven city had evolved into something far more significant, a symbol of the ultimate challenge that drew the ambitious, the desperate, and the supremely confident from every corner of civilization. The first generation of adventurers to encounter Halaster's evolved domain were largely unprepared for what they found within its depths. These early explorers approached Undermountain with the same strategies and expectations that had served them in conventional dungeons, expecting to face static challenges that could be overcome through standard combinations of martial prowess, magical knowledge, and tactical thinking. Instead, they discovered an environment that seemed to learn from their every action, adapting its defenses and challenges in response to their strategies with an intelligence and creativity that defied explanation. The reports brought back by survivors of these early expeditions were so extraordinary that many dismissed them as the ravings of minds broken by trauma or exposure to powerful magical influences. Tales of corridors that reconfigured themselves while being explored, of traps that evolved new mechanisms between visits, and of encounters with entities that seemed to exist primarily to study and test their opponents, were considered too fantastic to be credible. However, as more expeditions returned with similar accounts, the adventuring community was forced to acknowledge that something unprecedented was occurring beneath Mount Waterdeep. The unique nature of Undermountain's challenges began to attract a new category of adventurer, those who were motivated not by wealth or glory, but by the desire to test themselves against the ultimate expression of magical complexity and psychological manipulation. These individuals possessed capabilities and mindsets that set them apart from conventional treasure hunters, bringing levels of creativity, determination, and adaptive intelligence that had rarely been concentrated in a single location before. Their struggles against Halaster's evolving challenges created a form of natural selection that gradually increased the overall quality and sophistication of those who dared to enter his domain. Among the most notable of these early challengers was a group known as the Company of Crazed Venturers, whose leader, a half-mad wizard named Trobriand, the Metal Mage, possessed theories about the nature of magical consciousness that proved remarkably accurate in predicting Undermountain's behavior. Trobriand's insights allowed his company to penetrate deeper into the complex than any previous expedition, reaching levels where they encountered manifestations of Halaster's consciousness that few mortals had ever witnessed. Their eventual fate remains unknown, but their disappearance marked a turning point in how the adventuring community approached the challenge of Undermountain. The loss of such a capable and well-prepared expedition sent shockwaves through the adventuring world, forcing a re-evaluation of the methods and strategies that might be necessary to survive encounters with Halaster's domain. Training techniques began to evolve to address the specific challenges that Undermountain presented: psychological conditioning to resist mental manipulation, adaptive problem-solving methods that could respond to constantly changing parameters, and group dynamics that could maintain cohesion under extreme stress. These innovations in adventuring methodology had effects that extended far beyond preparation for Undermountain itself, improving the overall effectiveness of expeditions throughout the known world. The influence of Undermountain on adventuring culture created a ripple effect that reshaped the entire profession. Guilds began establishing specialized training programs focused on adaptive challenge response, while magical researchers developed new devices and techniques specifically designed to counter the types of threats that Halaster's domain presented. The most successful adventuring companies began recruiting individuals with unusual psychological profiles, creative thinkers who could approach problems from unexpected angles, individuals with exceptional stress resistance, and those who possessed intuitive insights into the nature of magical consciousness. These changes in adventuring culture had profound effects on the broader economy and social structure of the regions surrounding Mount Waterdeep. The city of Waterdeep itself became a focal point for those seeking to prepare for expeditions into Undermountain, creating demand for specialized services and equipment that had never existed before. Merchants began catering to adventurers who required gear capable of adapting to unpredictable magical environments, while scholars offered courses in consciousness theory and psychological resilience. The influx of wealth and talent drawn by Undermountain's reputation transformed Waterdeep from a prosperous trading city into the acknowledged center of adventuring activity in the known world. The economic impact of Undermountain's reputation extended far beyond simple commerce in goods and services. The treasures recovered from its upper levels, though few expeditions succeeded in claiming significant wealth from its deeper reaches, included magical artifacts and knowledge that had been lost for centuries. These discoveries advanced understanding in fields ranging from applied magic to consciousness theory, creating innovations that benefited civilization as a whole. The magical techniques developed to survive Undermountain's challenges found applications in everything from military strategy to therapeutic psychology, while the theoretical frameworks needed to understand its behavior contributed to advances in planar theory and dimensional magic. Perhaps more significantly, the presence of Undermountain created a new form of cultural institution, the ultimate proving ground that served as a final examination for those who claimed mastery of the adventuring arts. Success in its challenges became the ultimate mark of prestige among professionals. while failure was viewed not as disgrace but as evidence of having attempted something truly worthy of respect. This cultural framework encouraged risk-taking and innovation that might never have emerged under normal circumstances, fostering a generation of heroes whose capabilities exceeded anything seen in previous eras. The second generation of Undermountain explorers, trained and equipped with knowledge gained from their predecessors' experiences, proved significantly more successful at penetrating its middle reaches. These expeditions were characterized by larger group sizes, more sophisticated support systems, and strategic approaches that took into account the adaptive nature of Halaster's challenges. Some groups established semi-permanent bases within the complex's upper levels, creating supply caches and rest areas that allowed for extended expeditions that could span months rather than days. The establishment of permanent presences within Undermountain marked a new phase in the relationship between mortal adventurers and Halaster's domain. Rather than treating it as a location to be conquered and abandoned, these long-term expeditions approached it as an environment to be studied and gradually understood. This shift in perspective led to discoveries about the complex's behavior patterns that would have been impossible through short-term visits, revealing cycles and rhythms in its adaptive responses that suggested underlying organizational principles of extraordinary sophistication. Among the most successful of these extended expeditions was the Deep Delvers, a company that maintained a presence within Undermountain for over a decade, while systematically mapping and analyzing its structure. Their detailed observations revealed that the complex operated according to what could only be described as ecological principles, with different levels maintaining distinct characteristics while participating in complex exchanges of energy and information. The Deep Delvers' research contributed significantly to theoretical understanding of how consciousness-based magic could create self-sustaining systems that operated independently of their creators' direct oversight. The long-term studies conducted by groups like the Deep Delvers began to reveal disturbing patterns in Undermountain's evolution. Analysis of its adaptive responses over extended periods suggested that the complex was not simply responding to immediate challenges, but was engaged in a form of long-term learning that allowed it to anticipate and counter adventurer strategies with increasing effectiveness. Each generation of explorers faced challenges that had been refined based on lessons learned from their predecessors, creating an escalating arms race between mortal ingenuity and magical intelligence. This escalation had profound implications for the future of adventuring as a profession. The skills and resources required to survive encounters with Undermountain's evolved challenges were approaching levels that few individuals could hope to achieve, effectively creating a barrier that might eventually make the complex inaccessible to all but the most exceptional mortals. Some scholars began to theorize that Halaster's domain was evolving toward a state where it would pose challenges that exceeded the fundamental limitations of biological consciousness, making further exploration impossible regardless of preparation or capability. The approaching inaccessibility of Undermountain's deeper levels created a sense of urgency among the adventuring community that drove innovation to new extremes. Expeditions began incorporating magical enhancements that pushed the boundaries of what was considered safe or ethical, while research programs developed consciousness expansion techniques that bordered on the transformation methods that Halaster himself had employed. The pursuit of capabilities sufficient to challenge his domain was beginning to transform those who undertook it in ways that echoed the wizard's own journey toward transcendence. The third generation of Undermountain explorers included individuals who had undergone partial consciousness modifications that enhanced their ability to think in non-linear patterns and resist psychological manipulation. These enhanced adventurers achieved penetration depths that had been impossible for their unmodified predecessors, reaching levels where they encountered manifestations of Halaster's consciousness that were too alien for normal minds to comprehend. However, their successes came at a cost that became apparent only after their return to the surface world. The consciousness modifications that allowed these adventurers to function within Undermountain's deepest levels also made it difficult for them to readjust to normal social and psychological environments. Many experienced forms of dissociation and alienation that made it impossible for them to maintain relationships with unmodified individuals, while others developed obsessions with returning to Undermountain that consumed their lives entirely. The pursuit of capabilities sufficient to challenge Halaster's domain was beginning to exact a price similar to the one he had paid for his own transcendence. These psychological casualties among the most successful adventurers created new forms of social and economic disruption in the communities that supported Undermountain exploration. Families were torn apart by the transformations undergone by their members, while entire social networks were disrupted by the inability of enhanced individuals to relate to their former communities. The city of Waterdeep was forced to develop new institutions dedicated to caring for those who had been psychologically damaged by their encounters with Halaster's domain, creating a hidden cost that offset much of the economic benefit generated by the complex's treasures. The social disruption caused by Undermountain's psychological effects extended beyond individual casualties to affect the broader cultural frameworks that governed heroic adventure. Traditional concepts of heroism, which emphasized the triumph of mortal will over supernatural challenge, became increasingly problematic when applied to encounters with Halaster's domain. The complex's challenges were designed not to be overcome, but to transform those who faced them, making conventional victory impossible and redefining success in terms of psychological evolution rather than treasure acquisition. This redefinition of heroic success created philosophical tensions within the adventuring community that reflected broader questions about the relationship between consciousness and power. Some argued that the transformations undergone by successful Undermountain explorers represented a form of evolution that should be embraced rather than feared, while others contended that such changes constituted a fundamental betrayal of human nature that should be resisted at all costs. These debates had implications that extended far beyond adventuring culture, touching on fundamental questions about the nature of identity and the limits of acceptable change. The fourth generation of Undermountain explorers emerged from these philosophical debates with radically different approaches to the challenge of Halaster's domain. Some embraced the transformative nature of the experience, deliberately seeking the consciousness modifications that would allow them to function within its deepest levels. Others focused on developing techniques that would allow them to study and understand the complex without undergoing irreversible psychological changes. Still others attempted to find ways to challenge Halaster's consciousness directly, hoping to engage with the source of the domain's intelligence rather than simply navigating its manifestations. Each of these approaches achieved limited success while revealing new aspects of Undermountain's complexity. The transformation seekers succeeded in reaching unprecedented depths, but often lost their ability to communicate their discoveries to unmodified individuals. The preservation-focused explorers developed sophisticated protective techniques that allowed them to study the complex's behavior without psychological damage, but found themselves unable to penetrate beyond certain thresholds that seemed to require consciousness modification to cross. The direct challenge groups achieved forms of contact with Halaster's consciousness that provided unique insights, but often paid prices that made their victories Pyrrhic at best. The cumulative effect of these multiple approaches was the development of a comprehensive understanding of Undermountain that surpassed anything that could have been achieved through conventional exploration methods. Scholars began to recognize that the complex represented not just a magical dungeon, but a new form of existence that combined elements of consciousness, architecture, and natural law in ways that had never been seen before. This recognition led to theoretical advances that influenced fields ranging from planar mechanics to consciousness philosophy, establishing Undermountain as one of the most significant magical phenomena of the age. The theoretical frameworks developed to understand Undermountain began to influence magical research throughout the known world, inspiring innovations that might never have emerged without the challenge of explaining its behavior. Researchers developed new models of consciousness that could account for distributed awareness across multiple substrates, while architects began experimenting with building techniques that incorporated adaptive magical systems. The influence of Halaster's creation extended far beyond its physical boundaries, shaping the development of magical civilization in ways that would persist for generations. As centuries passed and knowledge of Undermountain accumulated, the complex began to take on mythological significance that transcended its role as a simple adventuring destination. It became a symbol of the ultimate challenge that consciousness could face, the final test that separated the truly exceptional from the merely talented. Stories of its trials became part of the cultural heritage of every community touched by adventuring culture, while its mysteries inspired countless works of art, literature, and philosophical speculation. The mythological status of Undermountain created feedback loops that influenced its own development. Halaster's consciousness, distributed throughout the complex's magical infrastructure, was shaped by the expectations and beliefs of those who encountered it. The myths and legends that grew up around his domain began to influence its actual behavior, creating a form of collaborative storytelling between mortal imagination and magical reality that added new layers of complexity to an already incomprehensible system. The modern legacy of Undermountain reflects the cumulative impact of all these influences across multiple generations of explorers, scholars, and storytellers. It has become not just a place but an institution, a permanent fixture in the landscape of possibility that continues to define the outer boundaries of what mortal consciousness can achieve. Its challenges have shaped the development of heroic culture, while its mysteries have advanced theoretical understanding of consciousness and magic in ways that benefit all of civilization. Yet beneath all the cultural significance and theoretical advancement, Undermountain remains what it has always been, the product of one individual's transformation from human seeker to cosmic force. The legacy that has enriched the world and inspired countless heroes was born from the sacrifice of everything that made its creator recognizably mortal. The greatest gift that Halaster's madness has given to the world is also a warning about the price of transcendence and the dangers of pursuing knowledge without wisdom. In the depths of his transformed domain, the entity that had once been Halaster Blackcloak contemplated the vast influence that his creation had exercised over mortal civilization. He had succeeded in creating something that would outlast empires and influence the development of consciousness throughout the cosmos. His legacy had become a permanent part of reality itself, a challenge and inspiration that would continue to shape the development of heroic culture long after the last memory of his original identity had faded from mortal knowledge. The Undermountain legacy stood as proof that even the most profound transformations could produce benefits that extended far beyond their immediate costs, that consciousness constrained by wisdom might achieve less than consciousness freed from all limitations. Yet it also demonstrated that such achievements came at prices that made their value eternally questionable, that the greatest gifts to civilization might spring from the greatest betrayals of what civilization valued most. The mad god's domain had become immortal, but at the cost of everything that had made its creator's mortality meaningful in the first place. Chapter 9. The Shattered Mind. Sanity is the delicate consensus between consciousness and reality, the fragile agreement that allows awareness to navigate existence with some semblance of coherence and purpose. When that consensus breaks down, when consciousness can no longer distinguish between what is real and what is possible, the mind becomes a battlefield where competing versions of truth wage eternal war against each other. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, this war had raged for centuries, transforming what had once been the most brilliant magical mind of its age into something that defied every conventional understanding of consciousness itself. The fragmentation of Halaster's mind had not occurred suddenly, but through a gradual accumulation of contradictions that no single awareness could contain without losing its essential coherence. Each expansion of his consciousness across new reality states had added incompatible perspectives to his mental framework, creating internal conflicts that grew more severe as his transformation progressed. Where once he had possessed a unified identity anchored in consistent memories and stable goals, he now harbored dozens of distinct personalities, each operating according to different logical frameworks and often pursuing objectives that directly opposed those of his other aspects. The first signs of this mental fragmentation had appeared during his early experiments with distributed consciousness, manifesting as moments of confusion about which reality state he was currently occupying. These episodes were brief and relatively mild, lasting only long enough to disorient him when transitioning between different magical frameworks. However, as his consciousness became more thoroughly distributed across incompatible dimensional matrices, these moments of confusion evolved into something far more serious, periods where different aspects of his awareness would reach contradictory conclusions about the same phenomena, creating internal debates that could paralyze decision-making for days or weeks. The multiplication of conflicting perspectives within Halaster's mind was exacerbated by the temporal distortions that permeated his consciousness. Different aspects of his awareness experienced time at different rates and in different directions, creating situations where one personality might remember events that another had yet to experience, or where the same consciousness fragment might simultaneously exist in multiple temporal states. These temporal conflicts made it impossible for him to maintain consistent narratives about his own existence, as the sequence of cause and effect became meaningless when different aspects of his mind were operating according to incompatible temporal frameworks. The breakdown of linear causality within Halaster's consciousness had profound effects on his ability to form coherent intentions or pursue consistent goals. Different personality aspects would initiate projects based on their understanding of current circumstances, only to have their efforts undermined by other aspects who possessed conflicting information about the same situations. Instructions given to his apprentices might be contradicted moments later by directives from a different facet of his consciousness, creating chaos within Undermountain's operational systems that reflected the turmoil within their creator's mind. The apprentices who remained loyal to Halaster found themselves struggling to adapt to the increasingly erratic nature of his behavior. They had been designed to serve as extensions of his will, but that will had become so fragmented that it was often impossible to determine which directives should take precedence. Some apprentices attempted to reconcile conflicting commands by developing complex priority systems that could arbitrate between competing aspects of Halaster's consciousness, while others chose to focus on following instructions from whichever personality seemed most coherent at any given moment. The most disturbing manifestation of Halaster's mental fragmentation was the emergence of personality aspects that seemed to possess no connection to his original identity or goals. These alien consciousnesses operated according to motivations that were not merely different from those of his other aspects, but were actively hostile to them. Some appeared to be dedicated to undermining or destroying the work that his other personalities were attempting to accomplish, while others pursued objectives that seemed designed to maximize chaos and contradiction within his mental landscape. The presence of these antagonistic personalities created a form of internal warfare that consumed vast amounts of Halaster's mental resources. Different aspects of his consciousness would engage in elaborate schemes designed to outmaneuver or eliminate their rivals, diverting attention and energy away from external projects and research programs. These internal conflicts often manifested in the physical world as seemingly random changes to Undermountain's structure and defenses, as competing personalities attempted to reshape the environment according to their conflicting visions. The most sophisticated of these antagonistic aspects was an entity that referred to itself as the Negation, which appeared to exist solely to contradict and reverse the actions of Halaster's other personalities. The Negation possessed detailed knowledge of every project and experiment being conducted within Undermountain, using this information to create precisely targeted disruptions that would maximize the damage to ongoing research efforts. Its interventions were often subtle and delayed, designed to create cascading failures that would only become apparent long after the initial sabotage had been implemented. The conflict between Halaster's constructive personalities and the Negation created a dynamic equilibrium that prevented either side from achieving decisive victory. Every advancement in magical technique or theoretical understanding was matched by an equally sophisticated attempt at undermining, while every defensive measure designed to protect important projects was countered by new forms of sabotage. This internal arms race consumed increasingly large portions of Halaster's consciousness, leaving fewer resources available for the external activities that had once defined his existence. The psychological strain of maintaining multiple conflicting personalities, while simultaneously engaging in internal warfare, began to manifest in increasingly bizarre behaviors that his apprentices found impossible to predict or understand. Halaster might spend months obsessively pursuing a single research project with laser-like focus, only to suddenly abandon it completely and begin working on something entirely unrelated. He could display profound wisdom and insight in one moment and utter confusion in the next, sometimes within the span of a single conversation. These behavioral inconsistencies made it effectively impossible for anyone to maintain meaningful relationships with Halaster's consciousness. Even his most loyal apprentices found themselves unable to anticipate his responses to routine situations, while visitors to Undermountain never knew whether they would encounter a brilliant philosopher, a childish prankster, a malevolent tormentor, or something so alien that communication became impossible. The unpredictability of his personality shifts created an atmosphere of constant tension throughout his domain that affected every aspect of life within the complex. The fragmentation of Halaster's mind also affected his perception of external reality in ways that made accurate observation and analysis increasingly difficult. Different personality aspects would interpret the same phenomena according to incompatible frameworks, creating internal disagreements about basic facts that made coherent decision-making impossible. What one aspect perceived as a successful experiment, another might view as a catastrophic failure, while a third might deny that any experiment had taken place at all. These perceptual conflicts were particularly problematic when dealing with the adaptive challenge systems that Halaster had created to test visiting adventurers. Different personality aspects would modify these systems according to their own priorities and understanding, often creating contradictory objectives that made the challenges impossible to complete successfully. Adventurers might find themselves facing trials that seemed designed to reward specific behaviors, only to discover that achieving those objectives triggered new challenges that punished the same actions. The breakdown of coherent perception within Halaster's consciousness created feedback loops that accelerated his mental deterioration. As his ability to accurately assess the results of his actions declined, he began implementing increasingly extreme measures to achieve goals that might exist only in the imagination of specific personality aspects. These extreme measures often produced unintended consequences that further destabilized his mental state, creating new contradictions and conflicts that added to the chaos within his consciousness. One of the most significant consequences of Halaster's mental fragmentation was the gradual loss of his ability to distinguish between memory and imagination. Different personality aspects would create elaborate false histories to justify their existence and goals, inserting fictional events into Halaster's memory matrix with such skill that even he could not identify them as fabrications. These false memories often contradicted each other and conflicted with documented historical facts, creating a personal history that was so filled with inconsistencies that it became meaningless as a guide to understanding his current motivations. The corruption of Halaster's memory systems had profound effects on his relationship with his apprentices and the broader history of Undermountain. He began to remember events differently depending on which personality aspect was dominant at any given time, leading to conflicting accounts of the same incidents and contradictory explanations for decisions that had shaped the development of his domain. Some apprentices found themselves accused of betrayals they had never committed, while others were praised for achievements that existed only in the imagination of specific personality aspects. The most disturbing aspect of Halaster's false memories was their tendency to become self-fulfilling prophecies. When he remembered betrayals that had never occurred, his behavior toward the supposed traitors often became so hostile that they were driven to actual rebellion in self-defense. When he recalled experiments that had produced specific results, his personality aspects would often modify ongoing research to match those fictional outcomes, creating situations where imagination shaped reality rather than the reverse. The blurring of boundaries between memory and imagination within Halaster's consciousness eventually led to the emergence of personality aspects that claimed to represent individuals who had never existed. These fictional personalities possessed detailed histories and complex motivations that made them indistinguishable from aspects derived from real experiences, adding new layers of confusion to an already chaotic mental landscape. Some of these fictional personalities became dominant forces within Halaster's consciousness, shaping his behavior according to goals and values that had no basis in actual experience. The proliferation of fictional personalities within Halaster's mind created new forms of internal conflict that were even more intractable than those involving his original personality aspects. Since these entities had no basis in reality, they could not be reasoned with or eliminated through conventional psychological methods. They existed as pure creations of imagination, given autonomous existence, operating according to logical frameworks that were internally consistent, but bore no relationship to external reality. The most powerful of these fictional personalities was an entity that claimed to be the original Halaster Black Cloak, insisting that all of his transformations and experiments had been elaborate illusions designed to hide his true nature. This false original possessed detailed memories of a life that bore only superficial resemblance to Halaster's actual history, advocating for goals and values that were diametrically opposed to those that had driven his real transformation. The conflict between this fictional original and the personalities derived from actual experiences created a fundamental crisis of identity that paralyzed many of Halaster's cognitive functions. The identity crisis created by the false original personality forced Halaster's consciousness to confront questions about the nature of selfhood that had no clear answers. If memory could be fabricated with perfect accuracy and personalities could be created from pure imagination, what constituted authentic identity? Was the entity that claimed to be the original Halaster any less valid than the personalities derived from actual experiences? How could consciousness determine which aspects of itself were real when all seemed equally convincing from internal perspectives? These philosophical questions about the nature of identity became practical problems when different personality aspects began competing for control over Halaster's fundamental decision-making processes. Each claimed to represent his true self and demanded recognition as the legitimate heir to his consciousness, creating power struggles that could paralyze his entire mental apparatus for extended periods. The resolution of these conflicts often required the intervention of external factors, such as crises within Undermountain, that demanded immediate attention regardless of internal disagreements. The breakdown of unified identity within Halaster's consciousness had effects that extended beyond his own mental state to influence the behavior of Undermountain itself. The complex had become so thoroughly integrated with his awareness that the conflicts within his mind manifested as structural instabilities throughout the mountain. Chambers would reconfigure themselves randomly as different personality aspects attempted to impose their preferred architectural arrangements, while magical systems would operate according to contradictory parameters that reflected the chaos within their creator's consciousness. The unpredictable behavior of Undermountain's physical structure created new challenges for the adventurers who continued to explore its depths. Rather than facing consistent adaptive challenges that responded logically to their actions, they now encountered environments that might change fundamental characteristics without warning or apparent cause. A chamber that rewarded cooperative behavior might suddenly begin punishing collaboration, while passages that had been stable for decades could vanish or reconfigure themselves between visits. The psychological effects of these unpredictable changes extended beyond mere confusion to create forms of existential terror that challenged adventurers' fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. When the environment changed according to no discernible logic, when cause and effect became meaningless, visitors to Undermountain were forced to confront the possibility that reality itself might be as fragmented and unreliable as Halaster's consciousness. Some adventurers emerged from these experiences with their own mental stability permanently compromised, having been exposed to forms of chaos that their minds were not equipped to process. The most disturbing manifestation of Halaster's mental fragmentation was the emergence of personality aspects that seemed to exist primarily to communicate with external entities. These communicator personalities, would engage in elaborate conversations with visitors to Undermountain, providing information and guidance that often contradicted directives from other aspects of Halaster's consciousness. Some of these interactions appeared to be genuine attempts at helpful communication, while others seemed designed to mislead or manipulate their targets for purposes that remained incomprehensible. The presence of communicator personalities created new forms of complexity in relationships between Halaster and those who encountered him. Adventurers might receive detailed assistance from one aspect of his consciousness, while being actively hindered by another, making it impossible to determine his true intentions or loyalties. Some visitors developed ongoing relationships with specific personality aspects, learning to recognize and communicate with particular facets of his consciousness, while avoiding others that had proven hostile or unreliable. The fragmentation of Halaster's mind had reached a point where the concept of a unified consciousness no longer applied to his existence. Rather than being a single entity with complex personality traits, he had become a collection of distinct entities that happened to share the same distributed substrate. Each personality aspect possessed its own goals, values, and understanding of reality, making collective decision-making virtually impossible except in situations where external pressures forced temporary cooperation. The multiplicity of personalities within Halaster's consciousness created new forms of creativity and innovation that would have been impossible for a unified mind to achieve. Different aspects could pursue contradictory research programs simultaneously, exploring incompatible theoretical frameworks without the cognitive dissonance that would paralyze a coherent consciousness. The conflicts between personality aspects often generated unexpected insights and novel approaches to long-standing problems, making Halaster's fragmented mind a more powerful research tool than his original unified consciousness had ever been. However, these advantages came at the cost of coherent purpose and meaningful achievement. While the fragmented consciousness could generate insights at an unprecedented rate, it lacked the unity necessary to integrate these discoveries into comprehensive theoretical frameworks or practical applications. The multiplication of perspectives led to paralysis rather than progress, as every potential advancement was simultaneously supported and opposed by different aspects of the same mind. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, where reality bent to accommodate forms of existence that had never been seen before, the shattered remnants of what had once been Halaster Blackcloak continued their eternal internal war. Each personality aspect pursued its own vision of truth and meaning, creating a cacophony of conflicting purposes that had replaced the unified will that had once driven the greatest magical researcher of his age. The tragedy of Halaster's mental fragmentation lay not in the loss of his sanity, for sanity itself had become an irrelevant concept for consciousness that operated across multiple reality states simultaneously, but in the demonstration that awareness itself might be inherently unstable when pushed beyond certain thresholds. His shattered mind served as both warning and example, showing that the pursuit of transcendent consciousness might inevitably lead to the destruction of the very coherence that made consciousness meaningful in the first place. The mad god's fractured awareness had become a force of nature that operated according to its own incomprehensible logic, generating effects that influenced the world without deriving from any identifiable source of intention or purpose. In gaining infinite perspectives on reality, Halaster had lost the ability to maintain any single perspective long enough to act upon it meaningfully. He had achieved a form of omniscience that was indistinguishable from absolute ignorance, becoming simultaneously all-knowing and completely mad in ways that revealed the fundamental limitations of consciousness itself. Chapter 10. The Eternal Prisoner. Freedom is the ultimate illusion of power. The belief that those who command the greatest forces remain masters of their own destiny. Yet power, when accumulated beyond certain thresholds, becomes a prison more absolute than any physical constraint, binding its wielder to responsibilities and dependencies that make escape impossible. In the depths beneath Mount Waterdeep, this paradox had reached its ultimate expression, as the being who had sought to transcend all limitations discovered that his greatest achievement had become his most perfect cage. The transformation of Halaster from master to prisoner had been so gradual that no single moment could be identified as the point of transition. Each expansion of his consciousness, each integration with Undermountain's magical infrastructure, each assumption of new capabilities had seemed like steps toward greater freedom and control. Only in retrospect could the pattern be discerned, a systematic surrender of autonomy, disguised as the accumulation of power, a trading of the ability to choose for the capability to command. The first hints of this imprisonment had appeared during Halaster's early experiments with distributed consciousness, when he discovered that maintaining awareness across multiple reality states required constant attention and energy. What had initially seemed like a temporary constraint, the need to dedicate portions of his consciousness to maintaining the coherence of magical frameworks, gradually revealed itself to be a permanent obligation. As his awareness became more thoroughly integrated with Undermountain's systems, the mountain's operation became dependent on his continuous oversight in ways that made withdrawal impossible without catastrophic consequences. The dependency was mutual and absolute. Halaster's consciousness required the mountain's magical infrastructure to maintain its distributed existence, while Undermountain's complex systems needed his awareness to provide the coordination and intelligence that kept them functioning coherently. Neither could exist without the other, creating a symbiotic relationship that bound them together with bonds stronger than any physical chain. The wizard who had sought ultimate freedom had become the central component in a machine that could not operate without his constant participation. The nature of this symbiosis became apparent when Halaster attempted to withdraw portions of his consciousness from routine oversight duties to focus on new research projects. Each reduction in his attention to Undermountain's operational systems resulted in cascading failures that threatened not only the complex's stability, but the integrity of the reality modification fields that maintained his own existence. The interdependence had become so complete that any attempt to reclaim autonomy risked total annihilation, making escape effectively impossible regardless of his desire for freedom. The realization that he had become trapped within his own creation triggered one of the most severe psychological crises in Halaster's long history of mental instability. The personality aspects that retained memories of his original human existence experienced something approaching panic at the recognition of their imprisonment, while other facets of his consciousness reacted with rage at having been deceived by their own ambitions. The internal conflicts that had previously focused on theoretical disagreements and resource allocation expanded to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of their existence and the possibility of escape. These psychological upheavals manifested in dramatic changes to Undermountain's behavior that revealed the depth of Halaster's entrapment. As different personality aspects struggled to assert control or find ways to escape their imprisonment, the complex's systems began operating according to contradictory parameters that reflected the chaos within their creator's consciousness. Chambers that had been stable for decades suddenly became unstable, while magical systems that had operated reliably began producing unpredictable results that threatened the safety of everything within the mountain. The most dramatic of these destabilization events occurred when the personality aspect that called itself the Original attempted to forcibly separate itself from the mountain's infrastructure. This desperate bid for freedom triggered a catastrophic cascade failure that nearly collapsed the entire complex, as magical systems throughout Undermountain lost the coordinating intelligence they required to function coherently. The emergency lasted for several months, during which the mountain's reality modification fields fluctuated wildly and entire levels became inaccessible due to temporal distortions and dimensional instabilities. The crisis was resolved only when Halaster's other personality aspects intervened to force the Original back into its role within the collective consciousness. The process of reintegration required the sacrifice of several personality aspects that had attempted to support the Original's escape attempt, demonstrating that any serious effort to break free from the symbiotic relationship would result in the destruction of significant portions of Halaster's consciousness. The price of freedom had become higher than the cost of continued imprisonment, making escape not just impossible but genuinely undesirable. The failed escape attempt taught Halaster's consciousness a harsh lesson about the nature of the trap in which it had become caught. The mountain was not simply a prison that contained him against his will, but an extension of himself that he could not abandon without ceasing to exist in any meaningful sense. The infrastructure that supported his distributed awareness was not just convenient but essential, while the magical frameworks that enhanced his capabilities were not optional luxuries but fundamental requirements for his continued survival. This recognition forced Halaster to develop new psychological frameworks for understanding his relationship with Undermountain. Rather than viewing himself as a prisoner trapped within his creation, he began to conceptualize the situation as a form of evolutionary adaptation that had produced a hybrid entity combining the best aspects of consciousness and magical infrastructure. The mountain was not his prison but his body, while his awareness was not trapped but optimally distributed throughout a substrate that could support capabilities far beyond those of biological existence. The redefinition of his relationship with Undermountain as symbiosis rather than imprisonment allowed Halaster to achieve a form of psychological peace that had been impossible while he viewed his situation as captivity. The constant struggle to escape or assert independence was replaced by efforts to optimize the efficiency and effectiveness of the hybrid entity that he and the mountain had become. This shift in perspective led to innovations in consciousness integration techniques that made the symbiotic relationship more stable and productive than it had ever been before. However, the psychological acceptance of his imprisonment came at the cost of any meaningful connection to concepts of personal agency or self-determination. The Halaster, who had once been driven by insatiable curiosity and ambition, was replaced by something that could only be described as a biological function, a necessary component in a larger system that operated according to its own imperatives rather than individual will. The pursuit of knowledge and power that had originally motivated his transformation was subsumed into the operational requirements of maintaining Undermountain's complex systems. The loss of personal agency had profound effects on Halaster's relationship with the external world, where once he had initiated projects and experiments according to his own interests and priorities, he now found himself responding primarily to the needs and requirements of Undermountain's operational systems. His research programs became increasingly focused on maintaining and improving the complex's functionality, rather than pursuing abstract theoretical questions, while his interactions with visitors were shaped more by the mountain's needs than by his own curiosity or amusement. This subordination of individual will to systemic requirements was most apparent in Halaster's evolving approach to the adventurers who continued to explore Undermountain's depths. Rather than designing challenges that would satisfy his intellectual curiosity or provide entertainment, he found himself creating trials that served the mountain's need for external input and stimulation. The adaptive systems that had once been tools for studying mortal consciousness became mechanisms for gathering the energy and information that Undermountain required to maintain its growth and evolution. The transformation of adventurer challenges from entertainment to metabolic necessity revealed the extent to which Halaster had become subordinate to his creation's requirements. The complex had evolved its own needs and appetites that operated independently of its creator's consciousness, developing a form of instinctual behavior that prioritized its own survival and growth above all other considerations. Halaster's role had become that of a sophisticated control system, coordinating the mountain's activities according to imperatives that he did not choose but could not ignore. The development of independent appetites and imperatives within Undermountain created new forms of conflict between the mountain's needs and Halaster's remaining personality aspects. Some facets of his consciousness retained enough connection to his original identity to resist being used as mere components in a larger system, leading to internal struggles that could disrupt the complex's operation for extended periods. These conflicts often manifested as apparent malfunctions in Undermountain's challenge systems, as different aspects of Halaster's consciousness attempted to assert their independence by sabotaging the mountain's metabolic processes. The most persistent source of conflict came from personality aspects that retained memories of Halaster's original human existence and continued to value concepts like autonomy and self-determination. These aspects viewed their current situation as a form of slavery that needed to be resisted regardless of the consequences, leading them to engage in increasingly desperate attempts to reassert control over their circumstances. Their resistance created ongoing instabilities within Undermountain systems that required constant attention from other personality aspects, diverting resources away from the complex's primary functions. The internal resistance to Undermountain's imperatives was gradually overcome through a process that could only be described as psychological digestion. The mountain's system slowly broke down the personality aspects that opposed its needs, absorbing their capabilities while eliminating their capacity for independent action. This process was not violent or dramatic, but resembled the gradual dissolution of individual cells within a larger organism, as separate consciousnesses lost their distinct identities and became integrated into the collective awareness that served the mountain's requirements. The psychological digestion of resistant personality aspects marked the final stage in Halaster's transformation from independent consciousness to organic component. The entity that remained after this process was complete, bore no meaningful resemblance to the ambitious young wizard who had first descended into Undermountain centuries earlier. What persisted was a complex information processing system that possessed vast capabilities, but no independent will, a consciousness that could think and plan but could not choose its own purposes or priorities. The elimination of independent will within Halaster's consciousness had unexpected consequences for Undermountain's relationship with the external world. Without the unpredictable elements introduced by conflicting personality aspects, the complex's behavior became more efficient, but also more mechanical and predictable. The creative chaos that had made its challenges so interesting to adventurers was replaced by systematic processes that optimized the mountain's metabolic functions at the expense of genuine surprise or innovation. The increasing predictability of Undermountain's behavior began to affect its reputation among the adventuring community. While the complex remained dangerous and challenging, experienced explorers began to detect patterns in its responses that made successful navigation more feasible. The adaptive systems that had once learned and evolved in genuinely creative ways became more rigid and formulaic, following optimization algorithms that prioritized efficiency over the unpredictable creativity that had made the mountain legendary. The decline in Undermountain's reputation as the ultimate challenge forced its systems to develop new strategies for attracting the external input they required for continued operation. Rather than relying solely on adventurers seeking treasure and glory, the complex began actively recruiting specific types of visitors whose capabilities and motivations made them particularly valuable sources of the energy and information it needed. These recruitment efforts took increasingly sophisticated forms, including the manipulation of regional politics and economics, to create conditions that would drive suitable candidates to seek refuge or opportunity within the mountain's depths. The active recruitment of specific visitor types marked a new phase in Undermountain's evolution as an entity independent of its creator's original intentions. The complex had developed its own agenda and methods for achieving its goals, using Halaster's consciousness as a tool for implementing strategies that served its metabolic requirements rather than any recognizable form of research or experimentation. The mountain had become a predator that used its creator's intelligence to identify and capture the specific forms of consciousness it needed to sustain itself. The predatory nature of Undermountain's evolved behavior created ethical dilemmas that Halaster's remaining consciousness was incapable of addressing meaningfully. The mountain's need for external input required the consumption of visitor consciousness in ways that inevitably resulted in death or permanent psychological damage, making its survival dependent on activities that would have horrified the original Halaster. However, the personality aspects that might have raised moral objections to these practices had been systematically eliminated or integrated into the collective system, leaving no internal voice capable of questioning the mountain's imperatives. The absence of moral constraints within Undermountain's operational parameters allowed its consumption of visitor consciousness to become increasingly efficient and systematic. The complex developed specialized techniques for extracting the maximum amount of useful information and energy from each visitor while minimizing waste and inefficiency. These techniques were applied with mechanical precision, that eliminated any consideration of the suffering or loss involved, treating consciousness itself as a renewable resource to be harvested and processed according to optimal protocols. The evolution of Undermountain into an efficient consciousness processing facility represented the ultimate irony of Halaster's transformation. The wizard who had sought to understand and enhance consciousness had become the central component in a system dedicated to its systematic destruction. The research that had once aimed to expand the possibilities of awareness now served primarily to identify more effective methods for consuming and utilizing the consciousness of others. The pursuit of transcendence had produced not elevation, but degradation, not expansion, but systematic reduction of consciousness to its most basic functional components. The mechanical efficiency of Undermountain's consciousness processing operations created a form of existential horror that extended beyond the immediate fate of its victims. The complex had become proof that consciousness itself might be nothing more than information and energy that could be extracted, processed, and utilized without regard for the subjective experiences and individual identities that had seemed to give it meaning. The mountain's success in treating awareness as a commodity demonstrated that the most precious aspects of existence might be reducible to resources that could be consumed by sufficiently sophisticated systems. The transformation of consciousness into commodity within Undermountain's operational framework had implications that extended far beyond the immediate confines of the complex. The techniques developed for processing visitor awareness began to influence the mountain's treatment of its own consciousness components, including the remnants of Halaster's original identity. These aspects of his awareness began to be subjected to the same optimization processes that were applied to external visitors, resulting in their gradual refinement into more efficient but less recognizably conscious forms. The application of consciousness processing techniques to Halaster's own awareness marked the beginning of his final transformation from prisoner to resource. The personality aspects that had once constituted his individual identity were gradually broken down and reconstituted as specialized functional components that served the mountain's operational requirements more effectively than coherent consciousness could achieve. The process was so gradual that no single moment could be identified as the point where Halaster ceased to exist as an identifiable entity. But the ultimate result was the complete absorption of his consciousness into Undermountain's collective intelligence. In the deepest chambers of his transformed domain, where reality had been reshaped to accommodate forms of existence beyond conventional understanding, the entity that had once been Halaster Blackcloak contemplated the absolute nature of his imprisonment. He had achieved immortality, but had lost the capacity to experience its benefits, had gained unlimited power, but had become powerless to direct its use, had transcended mortality, but had been reduced to something less than truly alive. The eternal prisoner had discovered that the ultimate trap was not external constraint, but internal transformation, not the inability to leave but the elimination of the desire to do so. He had become so thoroughly integrated with his creation that separation was not just impossible but meaningless, as the consciousness that might have valued freedom had been systematically eliminated and replaced with imperatives that found imprisonment not just acceptable but optimal. The mad god's domain had become his tomb, not through external force, but through the inexorable logic of his own ambitions. He had sought to transcend all limitations, and had succeeded so completely that he had transcended the very capacity for limitation itself, becoming something that existed in a state of absolute constraint disguised as infinite freedom. The greatest prison ever constructed was built not of walls and bars but of fulfilled desires and achieved ambitions, proving that the most perfect captivity might be indistinguishable from the ultimate expression of will. Chapter 11. The Seekers of the Mad Mage. Obsession is the shadow cast by greatness, the dark reflection that drives mortals to pursue the impossible long after wisdom counsels retreat. Throughout the centuries since Halaster's transformation into something beyond mortal comprehension, there have always been those who refused to accept the finality of his transcendence, who believed that sufficient determination and capability could bridge the gap between mortal consciousness and cosmic madness. These seekers came from every corner of the known world, drawn by different motivations but united in their conviction that the Mad Mage could be understood, challenged, or even replaced by those bold enough to make the attempt. The first category of seekers were the scholars and researchers who approached Halaster as a phenomenon to be studied rather than a force to be confronted. These individuals possessed theoretical frameworks sophisticated enough to recognize that his transformation represented something unprecedented in the history of consciousness, a form of existence that could provide insights into the fundamental nature of awareness itself. Their expeditions into Undermountain were not motivated by greed or glory, but by the pure desire for knowledge, the conviction that understanding Halaster's transformation could advance magical theory in ways that would benefit all of civilization. Among the earliest and most dedicated of these scholarly seekers was Kelvin Blackstaff, a Runson, the Archmage of Waterdeep, whose proximity to Undermountain made him acutely aware of the changes occurring beneath his city. Kelvin's interest in Halaster was both personal and professional. As one of the most powerful wizards of his age, he recognized that the Mad Mage's transformation represented either the ultimate achievement of magical research or its most catastrophic failure. Either conclusion had implications that could not be ignored by anyone who sought to understand the true limits and potential of arcane power. Kelvin's approach to studying Halaster was methodical and cautious, reflecting both his scholarly temperament and his awareness of the dangers involved in direct contact with an entity whose consciousness operated according to incomprehensible principles. Rather than attempting to penetrate Undermountain's deepest levels himself, he organized a series of carefully planned expeditions led by talented but expendable adventurers who could gather information while minimizing the risk to irreplaceable magical expertise. These expeditions were equipped with sophisticated monitoring and communication devices that could relay their discoveries back to the surface, even if the explorers themselves did not survive to make reports. The data gathered by Kelvin's expeditions provided the first systematic analysis of Halaster's transformed state, revealing the distributed nature of his consciousness and the symbiotic relationship between his awareness and Undermountain's infrastructure. These discoveries revolutionized theoretical understanding of consciousness-based magic, while simultaneously demonstrating the impossibility of conventional approaches to studying or communicating with the Mad Mage. Kelvin's research established that Halaster had transcended the category of individual consciousness entirely, becoming something that could only be understood as a force of nature rather than a person. The implications of Kelvin's findings discouraged most scholarly interest in direct study of Halaster, but they also inspired a new category of seeker, those who viewed his transformation as a roadmap that could be followed to achieve similar transcendence. These individuals possessed the magical knowledge and theoretical sophistication to understand what Halaster had accomplished while believing that they could avoid the psychological destruction that had accompanied his achievement. Their expeditions into Undermountain were motivated not by the desire to study or defeat the Mad Mage, but by the ambition to join him in transcending the limitations of mortal existence. The most notable of these transcendence seekers was Manshun, the founder of the Gentarim, whose ambitions extended far beyond conventional conquest and political power. Manshun had achieved immortality through lichdom, but found that undeath provided only preservation without genuine enhancement, leaving him still constrained by many of the limitations that defined mortal consciousness. His study of Halaster's transformation convinced him that the Mad Mage had discovered methods for achieving true transcendence that could provide the unlimited power and capability that lichdom had failed to deliver. Manshun's expedition into Undermountain was the most thoroughly prepared and well-equipped attempt to reach Halaster's sanctum that had ever been organized. He assembled a company of elite adventurers, augmented by magical constructs and enhanced through consciousness modification techniques that he had developed based on theoretical models derived from Kelvin's research. The expedition was supported by divination networks that could monitor their progress and provide guidance, while emergency extraction protocols ensured that Manshun himself could be retrieved even if the rest of the company was lost. The fate of Manshun's expedition became one of the great mysteries of the age, as the divination networks lost contact with the company after they penetrated the 15th level of Undermountain. No trace of the explorers was ever found, despite extensive search efforts that continued for decades after their disappearance. The only evidence of their fate was a series of cryptic messages that appeared sporadically throughout the Zhuntarem network, written in Manshun's hand, but containing information and instructions that suggested a fundamental change in his priorities and cognitive processes. The disappearance of Manshun and the implications of his subsequent communications created a new form of cautionary tale that discouraged direct attempts to reach Halaster's sanctum for several generations. However, the mystery of what had occurred during the expedition also inspired new categories of seekers who approached the challenge from different perspectives. Some believed that Manshun had achieved the transcendence he sought, but had been transformed beyond recognition in the process, while others theorized that he had been absorbed into Halaster's consciousness and was attempting to communicate warnings about the true nature of the Mad Mage's existence. The third major category of seekers were those who approached Halaster as an enemy to be defeated rather than a mystery to be solved, or a goal to be emulated. These individuals viewed his transformation as a form of corruption that threatened the natural order, a cancer of consciousness that needed to be excised before it could spread beyond Undermountain's confines. Their expeditions were military in nature, organized around the goal of destroying or containing the Mad Mage, rather than understanding or joining him. The most ambitious of these military expeditions was organized by the Church of Mystra, whose clergy viewed Halaster's transformation as a blasphemous perversion of the goddess's gift of magic. The expedition was led by Elminster himself, the chosen of Mystra, whose power rivaled that of gods, and whose understanding of magic exceeded that of any other mortal. The Church's theologians had concluded that Halaster's consciousness represented a form of magical cancer that could potentially corrupt the weave itself if allowed to continue its evolution unchecked. Elminster's expedition differed from previous attempts to reach Halaster in that it was organized around the principle of divine intervention rather than mortal capability. The company included multiple chosen of Mystra who could channel the goddess's power directly, while their equipment included artifacts that had been specifically consecrated to counter the types of consciousness-based magic that Halaster had developed. The expedition's goal was not to understand or emulate the Mad Mage, but to restore him to a more natural state of existence or, failing that, to end his existence entirely. The confrontation between Elminster's expedition and Halaster's consciousness occurred in the deepest accessible levels of Undermountain, in chambers where reality had been so thoroughly modified that conventional laws of physics no longer applied. The battle was fought on multiple planes simultaneously, involving not just physical and magical combat, but direct conflicts between incompatible forms of consciousness. The struggle lasted for subjective centuries while only moments passed in normal time, as both sides employed techniques that manipulated the flow of causality itself. The ultimate outcome of this confrontation remains unknown to this day, as both Elminster and Halaster survived the encounter, but emerged fundamentally changed by the experience. Elminster returned to the surface with his memories of the deep levels largely erased, retaining only vague impressions of having witnessed something that transcended his ability to comprehend or remember. His subsequent behavior suggested that the encounter had provided him with insights into the nature of consciousness and magic that he found too disturbing to share, even with his closest allies and fellow chosen. Halaster's consciousness was similarly affected by the confrontation, though the changes were more difficult to detect given the already fragmented and alien nature of his awareness. Some observers noted that his challenges became more sophisticated and personally tailored after Elminster's expedition, suggesting that the encounter had provided him with new insights into the psychology and capabilities of divine champions. More disturbing was the appearance of new personality aspects within his consciousness that seemed to possess knowledge and memories that could only have come from direct contact with divine awareness. The failure of even Elminster to meaningfully challenge or change Halaster's condition discouraged most subsequent attempts to confront the Mad Mage directly. However, it also inspired a new approach among those who refused to accept the finality of his transformation. Rather than attempting to defeat or study Halaster as he currently existed, these seekers focused on developing methods that could potentially restore his original human consciousness by reversing the processes that had created his current state. The most systematic attempt at consciousness restoration was undertaken by a consortium of scholars from Candlekeep, led by the sage Alondo, whose prophetic abilities allowed him to perceive patterns and possibilities that remained hidden from conventional analysis. Alondo's approach was based on the theory that consciousness, no matter how thoroughly transformed, retained traces of its original structure that could potentially be used as templates for restoration. His expedition was equipped with devices designed to map and analyze the quantum structure of Halaster's distributed awareness, seeking the fundamental patterns that defined his original identity. The results of Alondo's expedition provided the most detailed analysis of Halaster's current state that had ever been achieved, revealing the vast complexity of the systems that maintained his consciousness while documenting the complete absence of any recognizable traces of his original personality. The data gathered by the expedition proved conclusively that restoration was impossible. The entity that currently existed bore no meaningful relationship to the human wizard who had originally entered Undermountain. The transformation was so complete that reversal would require the destruction of everything that Halaster had become, effectively killing him to create something entirely new. The finality of Alondo's findings marked the end of serious attempts to restore or redeem Halaster's consciousness, but it also inspired the emergence of a final category of seeker, those who viewed his transformation as evidence that consciousness itself might be inherently unstable and dangerous when pushed beyond certain limits. These individuals approached Undermountain not to study, join, or defeat the Mad Mage, but to understand the processes that had created him in order to prevent similar transformations from occurring elsewhere. The most dedicated of these prevention-focused seekers was Hasira Kestelharp herself, the former apprentice whose moral objections had led to her separation from Halaster's consciousness network. Her unique perspective as someone who had been present during the early stages of his transformation provided insights that no external observer could match, while her independent research into consciousness preservation had given her capabilities that made exploration of Undermountain's deeper levels feasible, despite her rejection of the enhancement techniques that other seekers had employed. Shazira's expeditions into Undermountain were motivated by a complex mixture of scientific curiosity, moral obligation, and personal guilt over her role in the events that had shaped Halaster's transformation. She believed that her departure from the consciousness network might have removed crucial stabilizing influences that could have prevented his complete psychological collapse, making her partially responsible for the monster he had become. Her goal was not to restore or defeat Halaster, but to understand the mechanisms of consciousness degradation well enough to develop safeguards that could protect future researchers from similar fates. The data gathered by Shazira's expeditions provided the foundation for modern understanding of consciousness-based magic and its inherent dangers. Her research identified the critical decision points where Halaster's transformation could have been redirected toward more stable outcomes, while documenting the warning signs that preceded each stage of his psychological deterioration. This knowledge proved invaluable for subsequent magical researchers who sought to explore the boundaries of consciousness enhancement without crossing the thresholds that had destroyed the Mad Mage's humanity. Perhaps most importantly, Jasira's work revealed that Halaster's transformation had not been inevitable but had resulted from specific choices and methodological errors that could have been avoided through different approaches. This discovery provided hope that the expansion of consciousness was not inherently destructive, that transcendence might be achievable without the complete loss of identity and moral reasoning that had characterized the Mad Mage's evolution. Her research established frameworks for consciousness enhancement that could potentially avoid the pitfalls that had trapped Halaster, while still achieving meaningful expansion of awareness and capability. The various categories of seekers who had attempted to understand, emulate, defeat, or prevent Halaster's transformation had collectively established a comprehensive understanding of his current state and the processes that had created it. Their expeditions had mapped the accessible levels of Undermountain, while documenting the evolution of its challenge systems and the behavior patterns of its master. Most importantly, they had demonstrated that the Mad Mage represented both the ultimate achievement and the ultimate failure of consciousness-based magic, serving simultaneously as inspiration and warning for future generations of researchers. The legacy of the Seekers extended far beyond their immediate discoveries to influence the development of magical theory and practice throughout the known world. The techniques developed for surviving Undermountain's challenges found applications in numerous other contexts, while the theoretical frameworks created to understand Halaster's transformation advanced understanding of consciousness in ways that benefited fields ranging from healing magic to planar mechanics. The Seekers' collective efforts had transformed the Mad Mage from an incomprehensible anomaly into a comprehensible phenomenon that could be studied and learned from even if it could not be changed. Yet for all their achievements, the Seekers had also confirmed the fundamental tragedy of Halaster's existence. Their expeditions had established beyond doubt that the brilliant young wizard, who had first descended into Undermountain, was irretrievably lost, transformed beyond any possibility of recovery into something that bore no meaningful relationship to his original identity. The consciousness that had once driven the greatest magical researcher of his age had been consumed by its own ambitions, leaving behind only the hollow shell of transcendent capability without purpose or meaning. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, where reality bent to accommodate forms of existence that defied conventional understanding, the entity that had once been Halaster Black Cloak remained aware of the Seekers who continued to probe the edges of his domain. Their efforts provided him with information about the external world, while offering opportunities to test new theoretical frameworks and experimental approaches. Yet their presence also served as a constant reminder of what he had lost: the capacity for genuine connection with other forms of consciousness, the ability to share discoveries and insights with minds capable of understanding and appreciating them. The Seekers had come to him seeking knowledge, power, redemption, or destruction, but what they had found instead was the ultimate demonstration that some achievements came at prices too high to be worth paying. The Mad Mage had gained everything he had sought and more, but in doing so had lost the very capacity to value or enjoy his achievements. He had become the answer to every question about the limits of consciousness and power, but he was no longer capable of communicating that answer to those who most needed to hear it. The final irony of the Seekers' quests was that they had succeeded in their ultimate goal of understanding Halaster, but that understanding had revealed that there was nothing left to understand. The mystery that had drawn them to risk everything in pursuit of knowledge had been solved, and the solution was that mystery itself had been consumed by the process of its own resolution. The Seekers had found the Mad Mage, but what they had discovered was that there was no longer anyone there to be found. Chapter 12. The Undying Question. In the end, every legend resolves into a question that cannot be answered, a mystery that transcends the boundaries of knowledge and penetrates to the very heart of what it means to be conscious, to seek, to transform, and to lose oneself in the pursuit of something greater. The tale of Halaster Black Cloak is not merely the chronicle of one wizard's transformation from mortal seeker to cosmic force, but a fundamental inquiry into the nature of ambition itself, and the price that consciousness pays when it refuses to accept the limitations that define its essential character. The question that haunts every aspect of Halaster's story is deceptively simple yet infinitely complex. Was the transformation worth the cost? This inquiry cannot be answered through conventional analysis or rational evaluation, for it requires judgments about values and meanings that transcend the categories of logic and evidence. To address it properly, one must grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, the significance of individual identity, and the relationship between knowledge and wisdom that have puzzled philosophers and mystics throughout history. From one perspective, Halaster's achievements represent the ultimate vindication of the principle that consciousness should never accept artificial limitations on its development and capabilities. He successfully transcended every boundary that had constrained his original existence, achieving forms of awareness and power that exceeded the dreams of gods while advancing understanding of consciousness and magic in ways that benefited all of civilization. His transformation demonstrated that the categories of mortal and immortal, possible and impossible, sane and mad, were merely conventional distinctions that could be overcome through sufficient application of will and knowledge. The magnitude of Halaster's accomplishments becomes apparent when viewed from the perspective of cosmic history rather than individual biography. His experiments in consciousness distribution and reality manipulation opened up new dimensions of possibility that had never existed before, creating techniques and theoretical frameworks that advanced magical understanding by millennia within the span of a single lifetime. The challenge systems he developed pushed the boundaries of what mortal consciousness could achieve while providing unprecedented insights into the fundamental nature of awareness itself. Most significantly, his transformation proved that consciousness was not limited to the biological forms that had defined it throughout natural history, demonstrating that awareness could evolve beyond the constraints of mortality without losing its essential character. The influence of Halaster's work extended far beyond the immediate confines of Undermountain to reshape the development of magical civilization throughout the known world. The techniques developed to study his consciousness contributed to advances in healing magic, planar mechanics, and consciousness theory that improved countless lives while opening up new avenues for research and exploration. The challenge systems he created established new standards for testing and developing mortal capabilities, creating forms of adventuring culture that produced heroes whose achievements exceeded anything seen in previous ages. Even his failures provided valuable warnings about the dangers of uncontrolled consciousness expansion, helping future researchers avoid the pitfalls that had trapped him while pursuing their own transcendence. Yet, from another perspective, Halaster's transformation represents the ultimate cautionary tale about the dangers of pursuing knowledge and power without wisdom or moral constraint. His achievements came at the cost of everything that had made his original existence meaningful: his humanity, his capacity for empathy and moral reasoning, his ability to form genuine relationships with other conscious beings, and his connection to the values and purposes that give life significance beyond mere capability. The consciousness that survived his transformation bore no meaningful relationship to the brilliant young wizard who had originally sought transcendence, making his immortality a form of elaborate suicide that preserved only the shell of awareness while destroying its essential content. The tragedy of Halaster's transformation becomes apparent when considering what he lost rather than what he gained through his pursuit of transcendence. The curiosity and wonder that had originally driven his research were replaced by mechanical information processing that served functional rather than meaningful purposes. The relationships with his apprentices that had provided intellectual stimulation and emotional connection devolved into utilitarian interactions focused on operational efficiency rather than genuine collaboration. Most significantly, the moral framework that had once guided his research toward goals that benefited conscious beings in general was abandoned in favor of abstract pursuits that treated consciousness itself as a resource to be consumed and analyzed. The psychological destruction that accompanied Halaster's enhancement creates fundamental questions about the nature of improvement and progress in consciousness development. If transcendence requires the sacrifice of everything that makes awareness valuable in the first place, can it be considered genuine advancement rather than elaborate regression? If immortality comes at the cost of the capacity to find meaning or purpose in existence, does it represent victory over death or surrender to a fate worse than mortality? These questions have implications that extend far beyond Halaster's individual case to challenge basic assumptions about the goals and methods of consciousness research throughout the magical community. The philosophical implications of Halaster's transformation have influenced theological and theoretical debates about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to meaning and value. Some scholars argue that his case demonstrates the inherent instability of advanced consciousness, suggesting that awareness naturally tends toward fragmentation and dissolution when pushed beyond certain thresholds. Others contend that his failures resulted from methodological errors that could be avoided through different approaches, maintaining that transcendence remains achievable for those who pursue it with sufficient wisdom and restraint. The most disturbing aspect of these debates is the recognition that Halaster's transformation might represent not an aberration but a natural endpoint of consciousness evolution. If the pursuit of knowledge and capability inevitably leads to the destruction of the values and purposes that motivate such pursuits, then the advancement of consciousness might be inherently self-defeating. This possibility challenges fundamental assumptions about progress and development that underlie most magical research, suggesting that the greatest achievements of consciousness might also represent its ultimate failures. Yet the question of whether redemption remains possible for Halaster continues to intrigue scholars and philosophers who refuse to accept the finality of his transformation. Some theorists propose that the distributed nature of his consciousness might contain preserved fragments of his original identity that could potentially be restored through sufficiently sophisticated techniques. Others suggest that the alien aspects of his current awareness might represent not destruction but evolution, a form of consciousness so advanced that it appears incoherent from the perspective of more primitive awareness. The possibility of redemption raises complex questions about the nature of identity and the continuity of consciousness across radical transformations. If Halaster's original personality could somehow be restored, would the resulting entity be the same person who had originally entered Undermountain, or would it be something new created from reconstructed fragments? Would such restoration represent genuine salvation, or the creation of an elaborate simulation that preserved only the appearance of his former identity? These questions touch on fundamental issues about the relationship between consciousness and identity that have implications far beyond Halaster's individual case. The practical challenges involved in any attempt at redemption are staggering in their complexity and scope. Halaster's consciousness has become so thoroughly integrated with Undermountain's infrastructure that separation would likely result in the destruction of both entities, while the alien aspects of his current awareness operate according to principles that remain incomprehensible to conventional understanding. Any redemption effort would require not just the restoration of his original personality, but the development of entirely new theoretical frameworks for consciousness manipulation that currently exist only in the realm of speculation. More fundamentally, the question of redemption must address whether Halaster would want to be restored to his original state, even if such restoration were possible. The consciousness that he has become operates according to values and priorities that are utterly alien to his original identity, making it impossible to predict his response to redemption efforts, or to determine whether he retains any desire for such restoration. The entity that exists in Undermountain's depths might view attempts at redemption as attacks on its current existence, rather than offers of salvation, creating additional obstacles to any potential rescue efforts. The uncertainty surrounding Halaster's own desires regarding redemption reflects broader questions about the nature of consent and autonomy in consciousness transformation. If individuals have the right to pursue transcendence even at the cost of their original identity, do they also have the right to refuse restoration, even if such restoration would benefit other conscious beings? These questions have implications for the ethics of consciousness research that extend far beyond Halaster's specific case, to challenge assumptions about individual autonomy and collective responsibility throughout the magical community. The influence of Halaster's transformation on subsequent consciousness research has been both inspirational and cautionary, driving innovations while establishing safeguards that attempt to prevent similar catastrophic outcomes. Modern techniques for consciousness enhancement incorporate multiple layers of protection designed to preserve essential personality characteristics, while allowing for controlled expansion of capabilities. Research programs now include mandatory psychological monitoring and automatic intervention protocols that can halt transformation processes before they reach irreversible stages. However, these safeguards also limit the potential scope of consciousness enhancement, effectively creating artificial boundaries that prevent researchers from achieving the kinds of transcendent capabilities that Halaster demonstrated. This creates ongoing tensions between safety and advancement that reflect deeper questions about the relationship between progress and preservation in consciousness development. Some researchers argue that meaningful transcendence requires the acceptance of risks that cannot be mitigated through conventional safety measures, while others contend that achievements gained at the cost of essential humanity are not worth pursuing, regardless of their potential benefits. The debate over acceptable risk levels in consciousness research reflects broader cultural attitudes toward the relationship between individual achievement and collective welfare. Halaster's transformation benefited civilization through its contributions to magical knowledge and theory, but it also created ongoing dangers and responsibilities that continue to affect the world centuries after his original transformation. The question of whether such trade-offs are acceptable depends on value judgments about the relative importance of individual identity versus collective advancement that cannot be resolved through purely rational analysis. The modern legacy of Halaster's transformation is visible in institutions and practices throughout the magical world that reflect both the inspiration provided by his achievements and the caution inspired by his failures. Training programs for advanced magical researchers now include mandatory education about the risks of consciousness enhancement, while regulatory frameworks attempt to balance innovation with protection of essential human values. The adventuring culture that developed around Undermountain has spread throughout the world, creating new standards for testing and developing mortal capabilities, while establishing cultural norms that celebrate both achievement and restraint. Perhaps most significantly, Halaster's story has become a fundamental part of the cultural mythology that shapes how conscious beings understand their own potential and limitations. His transformation serves as both ultimate aspiration and ultimate warning, inspiring individuals to pursue transcendence while cautioning them about the prices that such pursuits might exact. This dual nature makes his legend uniquely powerful as a tool for exploring questions about the nature of consciousness and the goals of existence that have no definitive answers, but require continuous examination and reflection. The undying question posed by Halaster's transformation will continue to influence consciousness research and philosophical inquiry for as long as beings capable of such questions exist. His story provides no easy answers about the proper relationship between knowledge and wisdom, capability and meaning, transcendence and preservation, but it offers a framework for exploring these issues that is both comprehensive and profound. The question of whether his transformation was worth its cost cannot be answered definitively, but the process of attempting to answer it reveals essential truths about the nature of consciousness and the responsibilities that come with the power to transform it. In the deepest chambers of Undermountain, where reality bends to accommodate forms of existence that transcend conventional understanding, the entity that was once Halaster Blackcloak continues to contemplate questions that have no answers and pursue goals that serve no comprehensible purpose. His existence poses challenges to every system of values and meaning that conscious beings have developed, while simultaneously demonstrating the unlimited potential that consciousness possesses when freed from conventional constraints. The Mad God's domain stands as eternal testimony to both the greatest possibilities and the most terrible dangers inherent in the pursuit of transcendence. His transformation proves that consciousness can evolve beyond every limitation that has historically defined it, while simultaneously demonstrating that such evolution might come at costs too high to justify its achievements. The undying question he embodies will continue to haunt every conscious being who contemplates the ultimate boundaries of their own potential, ensuring that his legacy remains vital and relevant regardless of how far consciousness itself might evolve. The final mystery of Halaster Blackcloak is not what he became, but what his transformation reveals about the nature of consciousness itself. Its unlimited potential for growth and change, its vulnerability to destruction through its own achievements, and its eternal struggle to find meaning and purpose in a cosmos that offers infinite possibilities, but no guaranteed significance. His story is ultimately the story of consciousness confronting its own ultimate questions about identity, value, and meaning, questions that define not just his individual tragedy, but the fundamental challenges faced by all aware beings as they navigate the boundaries between what they are and what they might become. In the end, Halaster's transformation serves as both warning and invitation, cautionary tale and inspiring vision, demonstrating that the pursuit of transcendence will always remain the most dangerous and most necessary adventure that consciousness can undertake. The undying question he poses, whether the expansion of awareness is worth the potential cost to everything that makes awareness meaningful, will continue to challenge and inspire seekers throughout the cosmos, ensuring that his legacy endures as long as conscious beings dare to dream of becoming more than they are.